Game 3 between the Yakima Valley Pippins and the Walla Walla Sweets is about to get underway here at Borleske Stadium, the site of this last matchup in the Battle of the Basin rivalry in 2026. Good afternoon, everybody. My name's Harmon Johnsen, your voice of the Yakima Valley Pippins. And here in Walla Walla, it's another really warm day, and the Sweets and Pippins will do battle after the series was evened up last night by the Sweets. Walla Walla victorious 10-0, shutting out Yakima Valley. The second time the Pippins have put up a 0 in the run column all season. They've been very good at scoring runs, and so that was a little bit shocking for us here in the booth last night. Pippins going to try to turn it back to how it was on Tuesday night when they won 3-2 over these Sweets here at home. John Witt got his 8th save. Eric Anthony had a wonderful start, picking up his second win of the season. Last night, the Pippins only able to muster up 3 hits, one by Jay O'Neill, one by Levi Sotomayor, and one by Brandon Stone. Stone with 5 hits on the series will be looking for something good tonight. And the one sad part about the loss last night, Luis Garcia, 0 for 3, unable to continue his long hitting streak. He had an 11-gamer coming into the contest, and so he will have to start over, and with 12 games left after tonight, he has a chance to match that, but it'll be near impossible to do. Yakima Valley coming into this game 7-7 in the second half and 19-22 overall. They currently sit around 3 games back of the 4th place spot in the WCL South. Portland was playing a doubleheader today, and they won game 1 over the Springfield Drifters. So Yakima Valley loses a little bit of ground. Corvallis and Bend finishing up their game 2 earlier this afternoon. The Elks were leading by quite a large margin when a lightning strike delayed the ending of the game. They decided to just finish the 9th inning right before they started game 3 today. We'll get you some scores from around the league as we get through tonight. Walla Walla, meanwhile, coming in 11-6, in control in the second half and overall. They lead the second half of the South Division by around 4 games. So they are inching closer to being able to clinch the second half title. They'll have a tough opponent the rest of the way. They have 6 games left against the Portland Pickles, and so they could help out Yakima Valley. But right now, the Pippins really just need to win this game and get within 1 game of the season series against their Battle of the Basin rivals. Let's meet the starting lineups for both squads as the Sweets get announced on the field. First for Walla Walla, 26-18 on the summer. They will lead it off with first baseman Peyton Knowles. He wears number 17. Batting second, third baseman number 31, Trevor T. Batting third, the catcher, number 29, Troy Osborne. Batting fourth, the left fielder, number 14, Gaines Hassan. Batting fifth, the center fielder, number 4, Gunnar Guile. Batting sixth, the shortstop, number 1, Austin Owens. Batting seventh, the designated hitter, number 8, Logan Nakamura. Batting eighth, the second baseman, number 2, Keegan Kelly. And batting ninth, the right fielder for number 7, Cole Rogers. Again for Walla Walla, Knowles, T. Osborne, Hassan, Guile, Owens, Nakamura, Kelly, Rogers. Their starting pitcher today will be Jacob Chandler. The Sweets are managed by Leo Rivera in his first season as the head man. Now for Yakima Valley, 19-22 on the summer. They'll lead it off with right fielder number 3, Tyson Miller. Batting second, the second baseman, number 7, Jay O'Neill. Batting third, the center fielder, number 15, Luis Garcia. Batting cleanup, the designated hitter, number 25, Parker Burt. Batting fifth, the left fielder, number 40, Malachi Emery Henderson. Batting sixth, the first baseman, number 13, Levi Sotomayor. Batting seventh, the shortstop, number 9, Brandon Stone. Batting eighth, the catcher, number 51, Jackson Upton. And batting ninth, the third baseman, number 16, Cole French. Again for Yakima Valley, Miller, O'Neill, Garcia, Burt, Emery Henderson, Sotomayor, Stone, Upton, and French. Yakima Valley will have Tristan Pulliam out on the hill when we get to the bottom of the first inning. The Pippins are managed by Kyle Crustangel in his fifth season as the head man of the Yakima Valley Pippins. Should be an interesting matchup tonight. You've got Jacob Chandler, who started once against Yakima Valley the last time the Pippins were in town. You've got Tristan Pulliam making his 3rd start of the summer, if my memory recalls correctly. And so the Pippins trying to limp their way into the postseason after the departure of some of their key pieces and all-stars. And hopefully going to get a couple of those all-stars back when we get back to Yakima. Daichi Furuhata stayed home to get treatment. AJ Mendoza joining the team right after the all-star break, also staying home to get treatment. They should both be able to be in the lineup tomorrow, but we will make sure, and we will be excited to see them back down in the dugout at least and bring some energy to this squad. Yakima Valley trying to rebound after being shut out last night. They are going to try to take this series and take 2 of the 3 series against Walla Walla this summer. They trail by 2 games in the overall season series. We're going to break for the national anthem, the flag flying high out in center field here at historic Borleske Stadium. When we come back, first pitch between the Pippins and the Sweets. Game number 3 on the series, game number 9 of the summer. Last meeting between these two until the potential playoffs. This is Pippins baseball. First pitch is next. It is time for baseball here at Borleske Stadium. The Yakima Valley Pippins and the Walla Walla Sweets, the final meeting of the regular season. 12 games left to play for Yakima Valley after we finish today. Walla Walla out on the field. They will be sending up Jacob Chandler, the right-hander for Walla Walla. Chandler already with 1 start against Yakima Valley in this summer. It came just a little while ago on the 12th of July. He went 2 innings. He did not start that game. He came in relief, I believe. 3 hits, no runs, no walks, and 4 strikeouts. On the season, a 0 ERA in 4 innings. He has 5 strikeouts, 1 walk, 4 hits allowed, and opponents hitting .250 against Jacob Chandler. The defense behind him, he'll have Gaines Hassan out in left field, Gunnar Guile in center field. He'll have Cole Rogers in right. Trevor T is at third base. Austin Owens back in the order today. He is playing shortstop. Out at second is Keegan Kelly making his Walla Walla Sweets debut. At first base today is Peyton Knowles, the leading man for Walla Walla. And behind the dish is Troy Osborne. Good to see him in the lineup after getting plunked in the elbow and leaving the game in the 9th inning yesterday. And so it's Hassan, Guile, Rogers left to right in the outfield. T. Owens, Kelly, and Knowles left to right on the infield. Osborne catching for Jacob Chandler. Tyson Miller, Jay O'Neill, and Luis Garcia are the 3 due up against the Walla Walla Sweets. And it should be a fun day here at the ballpark. It's been warm. It's been smoky. It's been windy today. And some of the folks here even claim that it might try to storm on us later tonight. Looking ahead to the extended forecast for tonight, they're expecting a low temperature of around 68 degrees, so that will feel nice once we get the sun below the horizon. But the smoke going to keep most of the heat in. The wind going to be blowing hard out towards left. Be careful if you're going to lift something over towards left field. It might be the type of day where the ball likes to fly. air quality index with the smoke in the air sitting at 88. It's actually gotten worse since we got here. It was sitting at 79 when we pulled up to the ballpark. Chandler ready to go from the stretch. Here is the first pitch of the ball game upstairs at 6:35 p.m. here in Walla Walla, Washington. Tyson Miller ahead in the count, 93 degrees here at Borleske Stadium. It is clear skies, but you wouldn't know it because of the smoke in the air. 1-0, fastball upstairs, 2 balls and no strikes. High temperatures most of this week have been in the 100s, the very low triple digits. Lefty-righty matchup to begin. Chandler fires in a fastball right at the top of the zone, 2 balls and 1 strike. Tyson Miller for Yakima Valley, batting .283. This is game number 36 for Tyson. He's playing right field today. 2-1. Fastball upstairs, 3 balls and 1 strike. So the air quality index here in Walla Walla sitting at 88. Relatively good compared to the last couple days, although it feels like today is the worst. 3 balls, 1 strike. Chandler on the way to Tyson, fouled out of the mitt, and it is 3-2. Coach Crestangel down in the third base coaching box for Yakima Valley. Coach Panch over in the first base side. Kyle Sisk is our home plate umpire. Henry DeJesus is out in the field. Breezy day here at Borleske Stadium. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Chandler looking in. Now he brings it. Payoff is just a touch inside. Ball 4. Leadoff man aboard for Yakima Valley. Tyson Miller coaxes his 41st walk of the summer, which includes non-league contests. That'll bring up Jay O'Neill. O'Neill headed to UNLV by way of Georgia Gwinnett and Yakima Valley College. Getting ready for his senior season. On the season for Yakima Valley, batting .230. Tyson a short lead over at first, not going. First pitch, wave and a miss on an outside fastball by Jay O'Neill. Jay, that .230 batting average, but a .301 on base percentage. He's got 29 hits. This is game number 32 for Yakima Valley. He spent last summer in the West Coast League, 12 games with the Port Angeles Lefties. Long pause. There goes Tyson. 0-1. Bunt shown. Pulled back. Pitch outside. Throw down to second. Not in time. Tyson Miller steals second base. Yakima Valley has a man in scoring position to start off. 1 ball and 1 strike the count to Jay O'Neill. It's one of those sticky days here at Borleske Stadium. We've seen a couple of those at Yakima County Stadium. The breeze is being blocked a lot by the football grandstands from me. As Jay drives one out towards the right center field gap. Tyson standing on the second base bag. Very shallow, caught in center field by Guile. And it is out number 1. There was a key example there of the wind knocking the ball down to right. If you can pull it down the left field line, you're going to have a pretty good chance. But if you go opposite way, if you're a righty or pull side for a lefty, you better hit it hard. Otherwise, the wind is just going to knock it down and out towards left field. Man at second base, 1 away. Here's Luis Garcia. Chandler looking back to Miller at second. The first pitch on the way to Garcia. Fastball late, cut on and missed. 0-1 the count. Lewis batting .319 for Yakima Valley. This is game number 40. Garcia has been one of those silent workhorses that gets his job done, and you don't think about it too much until you look at the box score after the game and see how well he impacts it. As the 0-1 fastball cut on and missed on the outer half of the plate, it's 0-2. Garcia's had his fair share of big hits. He's got 2 home runs on the season. Standing in that right-hand batter's box, the first right-hander to face off here against Jacob Chandler. Parker Burt waiting on deck. Tyson Miller out at second after a walk and a stolen base. 0-2 pitch, fastball upstairs. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The forecast is for the smoke to pick up just a little bit tonight, expecting to be around 90 for the air quality. So certainly better than the last couple of days, but with the windy conditions, you almost feel like the smoke is more heavily populated over the ballpark. 1-2, wave and a miss. Garcia couldn't catch up to the fastball. Strikeout number 1 for Jacob Chandler. 2 away for Parker Burt. Parker headed to Ball State once the summer is over. On the season, batting .339 for Yakima Valley. This is game number 37. Parker would be about the same number of games as Luis Garcia had he not missed around a week with a shoulder injury that he suffered up in Edmonton. Chandler looks back to second. The 0-1 slider outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Parker's on base percentage sitting at .408. He's got 4 home runs and 10 doubles. That's 14 of his 43 hits, 4 extra bases. 1-0. Parker taps this one high out towards short. Owens, no T. The third baseman will gather. He will send it across, and that will retire the side. A man stranded at second. The leadoff man got on, but could not come around to score. No runs, no hits, no errors. 1 left on. After a half inning of play, Yakima Valley 0, Walla Walla coming up. This is Pippins Baseball from Borleske Stadium. Bottom of the first inning here at Borleske Stadium. Yakima Valley has Tristan Pulliam out on the hill. I was off in my pregame. This is his 4th start of the summer. It is his 3rd start in league play. He made a start against the Northwest Star Nighthawks on the 1st of July. Went 3 innings, giving up 1 run on 3 hits. And then his 2 previous starts came against the Ridgefield Raptors on the 8th and the Portland Pickles on the 17th. On the season for Pulliam, 10 1/3 innings, 11 strikeouts and 8 walks, 12 hits. With a .523 ERA, he is 0-1. Coach Crustangel, I talked to him before we got to the ballpark. He is looking to get at least 4 innings out of Tristan tonight and then turn it over to the bullpen, which should be pretty well rested if you're thinking high leverage situations. He'll face Peyton Knowles, Trevor T., and Troy Osborne to lead it off for Walla Walla. That's as dangerous of any 3 to face in the West Coast League. First pitch from Tristan is just a touch high and away, ball 1 with a fastball. The defense behind Pulliam, Malachi Emery Henderson in left field, Luis Garcia in center, Tyson Miller in right, Cole French at third, Brandon Stone at short, Jay O'Neill at second, Levi Sotomayor at first, Jackson Upton doing the catching as the 1-0 pitch is on the ground out towards Levi. He will underhand flip to the covering Pulliam and win the race to the bag by a step to get Peyton Knowles 3-1. One down on 2 pitches. Here comes Trevor T. T from Colorado Mesa University. Second season with the Sweets. He continues to get closer and closer to that number of games he played last year. This is game number 34. He was in 46 games for the Sweets last season. Walla Walla playing game number 45 of their 54-game season. Pippins 3 games behind them. Walla Walla has not had their non-league break yet. Out of the windup, Pulliam sends a slider upstairs, 1-0 to T. T batting .288 for Walla Walla. He's got 34 hits, 5 doubles, and 2 triples, so 7 for extra bases. 1-0 from Pulliam. Fastball, just a touch down and in. 2 balls and no strikes. Upton froze for a moment, trying to get the call. Kyle Sisk disagreed, so it's 2-0. Trevor T playing the hot corner again today, just like he did yesterday. Righty-righty matchup, the 2-0. Slider popped behind us towards Highway 12. This one might go off the netting and ricochet down towards us here in the booth. There was a foul ball yesterday that I said is probably around the little concrete area that's to my left, and I looked when I got here today, and sure enough, there was one sitting there. So I went, crawled over the fence, and it's in my booth now. 2-1, breaking ball down and away. The count, 3 balls and a strike. Trevor T has walked 23 times this summer, trying to coax number 24. Man that gets on base just above 400. Pulliam with the glove in his face, out of the windup. The 3-1 pitch on the way. A fastball yanked outside, ball 4. So both pitchers have issued a walk. Jacob Chandler on the first batter he faces. Tristan Pulliam on the second batter. Here's Troy Osborne. Good to see him in the lineup today. He took a fastball right to the elbow. In the 9th inning of last night's game, he was playing left field. He was pulled out of the game after he touched first base, just as a precaution. Leo Rivera probably knowing that he wanted to catch Osborne today. He's feeling good enough to be behind the dish, and so Leo Rivera trusts him to be in the 3-hole today with a little bit of a modified lineup. First pitch out of the stretch for Tristan Pulliam. Misses outside with a fastball, 1-0. You've got Gaines Hassan batting 4th tonight, and then you've got some guys that haven't seen as much playing time. Logan Nakamura, Keegan Kelly making his Walla Walla debut. So it's just a little bit different Sweets lineup tonight. 1-0, sliced out of play over on the right side from this right-handed batter. 1 ball and 1 strike. Troy Osborne from the University of Portland. With the Pilots batted only .043 in 17 games. Much different numbers here with the Sweets batting .289 in 22 games. 1-1 the count, man at first, 1 down. Pulliam taking a look that direction. 1-1, breaking ball, down below the knees, 2 balls and 1 strike. Pippins using their 3rd different catcher of the series. Parker Burke caught on Tuesday. Diego Davis caught yesterday. Now Jackson Upton getting a chance to catch today. Pulliam with 10 pitches to his name, has 1 out and a man at first. 2-1, fastball upstairs. 3 balls and 1 strike. Leo Rivera from the third base coaching box telling Troy Osborne to be very selective. Held up the little donut with his hands, saying pick a spot. If it's not exactly where you want it, don't swing at it. You see that a lot in Little League, but it still translates to every level of this great game. Runner takes off, 3-1, outside ball 4. Back-to-back walks issued by Tristan Pulliam. The Sweets have 2 aboard with 1 away. Ethan Salscheider going to head out to the hill for Yakima Valley. An early visit being made by the pitching coach of the Pippins before this at-bat by Gaines Hassan. Around the West Coast League tonight, there's a lot of action. An extra inning game in Game 1 of a doubleheader in Portland. The Pickles win it 5-4 on a walk-off wild pitch with the bases loaded. And so they are getting Game 2 underway in about 15 minutes. Bottom of the first inning in Wenatchee, Port Angeles and the Apple Sox, no score. Victoria visiting Nanaimo tonight. It's 3-0 Harbor Cats. They're not out of the top of the first inning yet. Still top of the first in Ridgefield, no score between the Berries and the Raptors. Bottom of the first in Corvallis in game 2 of the completion from yesterday. They played the 9th inning of yesterday's game and now playing their game scheduled for today. Bend leads it 1-0 in the bottom of the first inning over the Corvallis Knights. The final score from that continuation, Bend did end up victorious over the Knights 14-9. And so if you're a Pippins fan, you like that because now Corvallis is 21-20, Yakima Valley 19-22. If Corvallis could somehow lose tonight and be 21-21, and if the Pippins can pick up a win, now you're only a half game back as the first pitch is lined into the 5-6 hole and into left field for a base hit by Gaines Hassan. Rounding third, Trevor T. The throw will be cut off, and it's 1-0 Walla Walla on an RBI single by Gaines Hassan. So the lead surrendered again here in the first inning for Yakima Valley on the road at Borleske Stadium. Walla Walla scored in the first inning in every game here at Borleske Stadium except for the fourth game, which was on Tuesday. In fact, nobody scored till the fourth inning of that game. Walla Walla, the first time the Pippins were here, put up 3 runs in the first inning all 3 games. Yesterday getting 2 in the first and 2 in the second. Now 1 run on the board here for Gunnar Guile with 2 men on and only 1 out. Pulliam's first pitch, a fastball outside, 1 ball and no strikes. Gunnar Guile batting from the left side for Walla Walla. From New Mexico State, batting .253 in game number 28 for Guile. Pulliam sets at the belt, takes a look to second. The 1-0 pitch, fastball sent into the netting and over towards the on-deck circle. 1 ball and no strikes. Austin Owens had no idea that baseball was headed his way over in that third base on deck circle. Probably lucky it hit off the netting and died. You've got Troy Osborne standing at second base. Gaines Hassan after the RBI single at first. 1-1. Another one sent back this direction. It's off the netting, and I heard it clunk down into the trees. I'm going to take a peek out the window and see if I can see that one. Standing outside the booth, early indicators say I cannot. It is 1 ball and 2 strikes, though, for Tristan Pulliam, looking for his second out of the inning, looking for his first strikeout. Look back towards second. Here's the 1-2. Breaking ball spiked. It's in front of the dish, though. Good block by Upton. No advance by the runners. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Resupply of baseballs heading out to our home plate umpire, Kyle Siss. So Pulliam will step off and recenter. It's a very different color than I'm used to here at the ballpark. It's almost an orangey haze with all the smoke in the air. 2-2 pitch. Back up the middle, an under the legs grab by Pulliam to second for 1, on to first, not in time. Tristan Pulliam just made a circus grab on a ground ball between the wickets and got the middle out at second base. Oh my. Almost a shame that wasn't a double play. That is one of the most fun fielder's choices you're ever going to get to write down in your scorebook. Gaines Hassan is out 1-6. Might have been 1-4. I wasn't paying too much attention to who was out there at second, but what a play by Tristan Pulliam. Runners at the corners, 2 away. First pitch outside. 1 ball and no strikes here to Austin Owens. If you were synced up with the audio and the video for the Walla Walla Sweets, you could kind of see what we were doing. There's no real explanation that I can give that says how neat of a play that was. Runner at first takes off. The pitch is popped up into foul territory behind the dish. Upton back on the track, running out of room, but he will make the catch, falling backwards back towards home plate. A pop out in foul territory, and Walla Walla leaves 2 men stranded. They score 1. They get 1 hit as well, and no errors by Yakima Valley. After an inning of play, Walla Walla leads it 1-0. We head to the second here at Borleske Stadium. This is Pippins Baseball. Top of the second inning here at Borleske Stadium. Yakima Valley trails it 1-0 after the Sweets get 1 run on 1 hit, no errors, and 2 men left on there in that first inning. Tristan Pulliam with a very unique ground into a fielder's choice. That got the second out of the inning, and then the Pippins were able to force a pop-up. 5, 6, and 7 due up in the Yakima Valley order, leading it off with Malachi Emery Henderson swinging first pitch. A high hop to Kelly out at second. Nearly misplayed it, but it goes right into his glove at the arc of the bounce. Out number 1, recorded by Emery Henderson. Very sharp ground ball. 1 pitch and 1 out here in the second for Jacob Chandler, who worked a relatively clean first inning, giving up a leadoff walk, but then getting a flyout, strikeout, and a ground out. Here's Levi Sotomayor. Sotomayor from Reno, Nevada, recently committing to the University of Nevada. First pitch, a fastball high and away. 1 ball and no strikes. .313 batting average for Levi. That includes a couple of non-league games. 2 doubles and an inside the park home run. That inside the parker coming against the Northwest Star Nighthawks. The 1-0 pitch, shot the opposite way and foul. This will bounce right in front of the very expensive seats here and into the hands of a young fan. There's netting behind the press box that protects Highway 12. There's also some trees there, but can't be too careful when you're talking about highway traffic moving at 55 miles an hour behind you. You don't want a ball to derail somebody. 1-1, fastball outside, 2 balls and a strike to Sotomayor. I personally just posted a booth rating on my YouTube at Harmon Johnsen Broadcasting. So if you want to see what it looks like where I'm sitting, not just the picture on the YouTube, if that's where you're listening, go ahead and check that out. 2-1, wave and a miss, top of the zone. It's 2-2. There's highway traffic that you can audibly hear behind if you're sitting in the booth. You can't quite hear it as well on the crowd mic, but the traffic provides a little bit of a wind tunnel that breezes through the trees and helps keep us a little bit cooler. You'd almost rather have semis going by you constantly because then you've got almost a built-in fan. 2-2 pitch from Chandler. Sotomayor shoots it the other way past a diving T who almost made a stellar lunging catch. It's a single for Sotomayor. The Pippins have their first hit of the ballgame. Nice line drive down into left field. That'll bring up Brandon Stone. Stone heading to Wazoo once the summer wraps up. .333 batting average for Yakima Valley. He's got 7 hits, 4 of them coming in this series. First pitch, Stone pops this up right on the middle of the infield. Kelly, the second baseman, coming in. He and the third baseman, T, nearly collide. Kelly makes the catch. T was calling for it. Maybe a little lack of communication, but it is the second out either way. T kind of looked at Kelly and said, "Why are you catching that over in my territory?" That was over on the shortstop's position of the infield. I don't know why Owens wasn't calling for it and Kelly was covering the bag. Either way, Walla Walla able to record out number 2. Now here's Jackson Upton. Upton playing for his 3rd West Coast League team. First pitch inside, a snap throw down to first, but Levi's back without a tag. 1 ball and no strikes. Jackson Upton batting 190 for Yakima Valley. This is game number 15. He's been used as a pitcher twice. He's from Vancouver, Washington. In the West Coast League, having played for the Springfield Drifters, the Ridgefield Raptors, and now the Yakima Valley Pippins. 1-0. Fouled back into the screen. It's 1-1. Upton spent 2 seasons at Yakima Valley College before moving on to St. Martin's. All sorts of experience in this great game for Jackson Upton. That wasp from yesterday is back. Hopefully I didn't make it too mad. 1-1. Fastball upstairs. 2 balls and 1 strike. That nest has not been taken care of yet. It's not very large, only about 8 or 10 honeycombs, but I know that the official scorers have been fighting with the wasp as well. They sit in the booth to my right. 2-1, fastball inside. The count moves to 3-1 to the Pippins catcher. You've got Cole French waiting on deck. Upton on the summer for Yakima Valley. 3 walks, 10 strikeouts, 4 hits. Sotomayor over at first, 2 down. A snap throw over there by the pitcher Chandler, and back in time with a dive is Levi Sotomayor. Chandler keeping Levi honest. Set at the head, the 3-1. Upton spoils it foul off towards the football bleachers. The count runs full. And with 2 away, Levi Sotomayor will be running with the pitch. Pippins trying to manufacture their first run since the 7th inning of Tuesday's game. Here's the payoff. Upton puts it on the ground, out towards short. Owens will underhand flip to second base. Kelly covering, and the side is retired. The Pippins get no runs on 1 hit, no errors, and leave 1 man on base on the fielder's choice. We head to the bottom of the 2nd inning. 1-0 Walla Walla just underway here at Borleske Stadium.
Hey, we go. We got to be selling air train to go this time. We will have to do it turn. We can spring. We don't see merchandise deal with it.
You're in front.
What we call places is gave a box practice. I'm over in our phone. Continue to go high everything. Grab me to the side. Only good. I just looked at the new they were behind. Yeah,
It's 7-4, I think. Well, he said, you get them real fast and then you turn it up.
Bottom of the 2nd inning, about to get underway between the Walla Walla Sweets and the Yakima Valley Pippins. Walla Walla leads it 1-0, just past 7 o'clock here in Walla Walla, Washington. I'm Harmon Johnsen, your voice of the Yakima Valley Pippins. Logan Nakamura, Keegan Kelly, and Cole Rogers are the 3 scheduled for the Sweets. Nakamura, the designated hitter, Kelly, the second baseman, Rogers, the right fielder. against Tristan Pulliam, who gave up 1 run on 1 hit and left 2 men on in the first inning. First pitch, backdoor breaking ball, could not get it for a strike. It is 1-0.
Yeah.
Pulliam going out of the full windup as his fastball misses outside. 2 balls and no strikes. Cody's in here messing with the wasp nest. Hopefully nothing comes flying out when he removes the cup. Looks like we're good. Foul ball back to the screen behind us. This one's going to land on the roof. 2 balls and a strike. Big thanks to Cody for getting rid of at least that part of the thread. Hopefully the wasp doesn't get mad at me. I had nothing to do with it. 2-1, fastball down and away. 3 balls and a strike here to Logan Nakamura. Nakamura from Portland, native of Redmond, Oregon. 300 batting average in 16 games for the Sweets. Pulliam out of the full windup. The 3-1 pitch. Backdoor breaking ball. Could not get the call. So that'll be the 3rd walk issued by Tristan Pulliam, and Walla Walla will have their leadoff man aboard. Here's Keegan Kelly. Kelly making his Sweets debut. I don't have much information other than that. The broadcaster, Brad Whitman, didn't give me their roster. I'm going off of the website, and it's got all dashes for his stats. First pitch downstairs to Keegan Kelly. What I do know is he's a right-handed batter. And he stands around 5'10". 1-0, top of the zone slider. It's 1-1. Kelly wearing number 2 for these Walla Walla Sweets. I see Kyler Bittner, Gage Reeser on the bench today. You wonder why give a guy a debut with essentially 12 games, 9 games left to play, but got to get guys in. 1-1 downstairs for a slider, 2 balls and a strike. Pippins are going to have couple of newer guys when we get back, mostly arms. Of course, why am I saying anything? Because Cole French made his debut for Yakima Valley yesterday. On the ground, through the gap on the left side. This is into left field for a hit. Keegan Kelly, 1 for 1 as a Walla Walla Sweet. There are 2 on with nobody out here in the 2nd inning. Here's Cole Rogers, the right fielder. Rogers from the University of San Francisco. 2nd season with the Sweets. He was a big part of last year's team. 40 games with a .275 batting average. Batting in the 9-hole today. First pitch showing bunt. He will pull it back and take a slider outside for ball 1. Rogers' last game was an appearance on Tuesday against these Pippins. He went 1 for 3.
Joint. I walked up on me when I got home. I was like ranting everything.
Got the day off yesterday. Corner infielders play in for Yakima Valley. Here's the bunt. It's popped up into fair territory. Rolling, and foul past the 3rd base line. Little too much backspin on that bunt by Cole Rogers. He would have had the infield single. But instead, he put a little too much spin, and he will have to return to the batter's box after throwing his leg guard back on.
Of course, I didn't see that being
Teammate Peyton Knowles picking up the bat and handing it to Cole Rogers. We'll see if he's bunting again. The count is 1-1. Sweets trying to get 2 in scoring position, at least. Maybe put all 3 on, depending on where Cole Rogers can drop the bunt down. Top of the order waiting on deck. 1-1, not showing bunt. The pitch is downstairs. 2 balls and a strike.
You had somebody down at Apiece
Rogers, early on in games, only batting 154.
So he's going.
He is a much better middle inning hitter, batting 429. 2-1, fastball, caught the outer black. It's 2-2. And then Cole Rogers, not really a man you want to have up late in the game. He only bats 200 from the 7th inning on. League average is around 248. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 men on, nobody out. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball spat on, down and away by Cole Rogers. 3-2 the count. Third base is open. You could load the bases, but then you'd have the top of the order looking to do damage against Yakima Valley. Right-handed action has begun in the Pippins bullpen. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Here comes Tristan Pulliam to the plate. It is popped up over on the left side. Levi Sotomayor standing on the first base bag, essentially. Infield fly is called. He makes the catch. 1 down. Both runners were free to move at their own peril, but they will stay put. So an infield fly. Runners are first and second. 1 down. You could bunt again, but Peyton Knowles, one of your best hitters, I doubt that you're going to do that. First pitch, just a touch high and away from Pulliam. 1-0. Knowles grounded out to Levi over at first on 2 pitches the last time up. On the season for Walla Walla, batting .293 coming into the day. On the ground, fair down the right field line. This might score 2. Getting the wave is Nakamura. Stop sign put up at third for Keegan Kelly. RBI double for Peyton Knowles, and it's 2-0 Walla Walla. Nakamura scored. Kelly standing over at third, and Peyton Knowles just towed the line over there at the first base bag. Brings up Trevor T with 1 down and 2 men in scoring position. The folks over in the booth to my right with some cardboard and what smells like a couple of cups with gasoline as they try to exterminate the wasp nest that is on both corners. Breaking ball high and tight. It plunks Trevor T. The bases are loaded. A breaking ball slipped out of Pulliam's hand. T's been hit just a little bit during this series, and so he's a little frustrated. Pulliam with a breaking ball, certainly not doing it intentionally. And now Jackson Upton going to head out to the hill and have a quick conversation with his starting pitcher. Precarious situation here early on in this ball game. 2-0, a run already home here in the second. Yakima Valley really in search of a win here to try to get some momentum against the Corvallis Knights starting tomorrow. That game will be at 6:35 up at Yakima County Stadium. Pippins will start their final homestand of the year. They have 6 games starting Friday. They go Friday to Sunday, then an off day Monday, and then they will head out and host the Springfield Drifters Tuesday through Thursday. After the meeting breaks up, Coach Crustangel heads out of the dugout. He's made the motion down to the Pippins bullpen. The bags are loaded, and Yakima Valley will have a new pitcher, Tristan Pulliam, unable to get out of the second inning on a Thursday night. We'll introduce the new Pippins pitcher when we come back. It's 2-0 Sweets. You're listening to Pippins Baseball.
Drink on the god. So, Grandma. We start talking. I don't know what he's about. We talk about this story. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I'm just saying. I'm about to move in front of you guys. So Melissa and Pacho. Like the old star, right there, like any of them out there. I wonder if some of that's dropped out. Yeah, that's been the first time I've ever seen him not. Yeah, that's not Pacho. Yeah, let's move in front of it so I can talk.
I'm not moving.
Huh?
I'm not moving at the moment.
That's Pacho. The important. Here.
Well, for the Pippins, from Yakima Valley, call number 28, call for Wilson. I'd like to out. Yeah. Oh. So, I get to your checklist.
New pitcher into the game for the Yakima Valley Pippins here in the bottom of the second inning. Oliver Wilday inherits a bases loaded, no one-out situation gifted to him by Tristan Pulliam. Goes an inning and a third, giving up 3 hits, so far 2 runs, 3 walks, and no strikeouts on 37 pitches. Wilday going to face Troy Osborne, Gaines Hassan. 1 out here in the second inning. Wilday on the season, 4 innings pitched for Yakima Valley, 3 strikeouts to 1 walk, 4 hits, and 2 earned runs. This will be game number 4 for Oliver. Wilday worked through the 7th inning on Tuesday's game as the first pitch catches the bottom of the zone for strike 1. In that outing for Wilday, a man was at first. He made his way to third, but Oliver did not give up a hit or a run on only 10 pitches. So after a days of rest, then that means Wilday ready to go today. 0-1 outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Troy Osborne with the bases loaded. Yakima Valley playing middle infield back with 1 out, hoping for a double play ball. 1-1. Fouled off of the mask of, looks like Upton. He says he's all right. Kyle Sisk will send a ball out towards the pitcher's mound. One ball and 2 strikes. Wilday looking for his first strikeout of the night. Would be the first strikeout for the Pippins staff tonight. 1-2 from Ollie. A wave and a foul ball back to the backstop. Count remains 1-2. The base runners for Walla Walla, Keegan Kelly at third, Peyton Knowles at second, Trevor T at first. One ball, 2 strikes. Wilday bringing it home. Fastball downstairs. 2-2. You'd love to limit the damage if you're Oliver Wilday. Very hard to get out of this situation without giving up a run, although it is possible. Keep it as manageable as possible with 7 innings left to play tonight. 2-2, a bouncing ball, foul past third base. This will roll down into the Walla Walla bullpen. So the count 2-2. Second trip through the order for the Walla Walla Sweets. We're in the second inning. Yakima Valley will have their 9-hole hitter up when we get to the third. 2-2. Fastball, just a touch off. Three balls and 2 strikes. Corey Keir, the pitching coach, immediately looking up to the TrackMan guy next to me in the left side of the press box saying, that was ball 4. Well, no, it was in fact ball 3. Here's the payoff. That one called strike 3 at the knees. Down looking goes Troy Osborne. There's 2 away here in the bottom of the second inning. Last night, if you missed it as we were signing off, Walla Walla's pitching coach having some words across the diamond for Yakima Valley's dugout, coming after a 10-0 victory in which they only gave up 3 hits. You'd think a pitching coach would be really excited for his own guys, but he seemed to be more focused on Yakima Valley. First pitch, check swing. Did he go? Yes, says Henry DeJesus. It was a slider downstairs. Gaines Hassan could not stop his swing. So it's 0-1. Hassan singled and drove in a run in the first inning.
Right.
A little bit of an interesting character, I would say. Tapper back up the middle. High kick off the hill, but Stone will field it and step on second base, and that will end the inning. So only 1 run comes across. The leadoff man, Logan Nakamura, scores, but then Oliver Wilday gets back-to-back outs to end the inning. 1 run on 2 hits. There were no errors by Yakima Valley, and there were 2 men left on base. We head to the third inning, 2-0, Walla Walla.
They were thinking. Barely knew what it came from that one. Yeah, we came up to the good place. We got almost. Bring down.
Walla Walla leads it 2-0 here at Borleske Stadium. Top of the third inning, it will be Cole French, Tyson Miller, and Jay O'Neill, and a new pitcher into the game for the Walla Walla Sweets. Jacob Chandler goes 2 innings, giving up 1 hit, no runs on 1 strikeout and 1 walk. He throws 28 pitches. And my only guess to the couple of short starts against Yakima Valley is A, the run support, and B, my guess is Chandler likely on an innings limit. So now Andrew Cohen comes into the game. First pitch, a heater outside, all the way to the backstop, 1-0 to Cole French. So this is Andrew Cohen from Grand Canyon University, 15 1/3 innings. This is game number 12. 18 walks, 22 strikeouts, a 4.11 ERA. 1-0, another fastball well outside. It's 2 balls and no strikes. That one ended up in the on-deck circle for Yakima Valley. Tyson Miller waiting on deck. Cole French batting for the first time today, the only Pippin that has not swung the stick. 2-0, a bouncing ball out towards second. Kelly on the third bounce, up with it, and on to first for a 4-3 putout. So French still looking for that first hit as a Yakima Valley Pippin. He is now 0 for 4. We head back to the top of the order for Yakima Valley. Tyson Miller walked against Jacob Chandler. So Leo Rivera probably playing the long game and keeping Chandler under his innings limit for the season as the Sweets prepare for a playoff berth. First pitch fastball outside, 1 ball and no strikes as it slipped through the glove of Osborne. There's been a lot of baseballs that have eluded Osborne to this point. Cohen not quite dialed in. Still got that first out on the board on a ground out by Cole French. 1-0, fastball outside, 2 balls and no strikes. Cohen, a sidewinder, standing tall out there on the hill around 6'3". Brings his front shoulder all the way around and then follows up with a horizontal movement of his pitching arm. 2-0, heater outside, 3 balls and no strikes. Tyson would gladly draw his second walk. Nearing the hour mark in this game already. This is by far the slowest pace that we've been moving for any of these 6 games at Borleske Stadium. 3-0, fastball high and away, ball 4. Uncompetitive at bat by Cohen, and Tyson Miller will get the reward of his second walk of the day. Here comes Jay O'Neill. Jay was swinging fairly early on last time, flying out to center field, fairly shallow. Tyson has speed, but Cohen has a pretty good zip on his fastball. First pitch sliding over towards the top part of the plate, but missing outside, 1-0. There's a lot of movement on the velocity for Cohen. I don't have the TrackMan directly in front of me, but would have to say he's registering around 90. 1-0, took some off, but still couldn't get a strike on the outer part of the plate, 2-0. Well, if you're Yakima Valley right now, you're probably just going to keep the bat on the shoulder until Cohen can prove that he can throw a strike. All of his misses have been fairly uncompetitive. 2-0, there he got one on the outer half. 2 balls and a strike. So now Jay back to work. Pippins trying to scratch their first run across the board since the 7th inning of Tuesday's game. 2-1, fouling this back to the netting. 2-2. This is Andrew Cohen. There's also an Alex Cohen on the roster for Walla Walla. Both of them right-handers, both from Studio City, California. Of course, go figure, they're brothers. Not at the same school, though. 2-2, foul-tipped and caught. First strikeout for Andrew Cohen. There are 2 down here in the 3rd. Here's Luis Garcia. Strikeout swinging back in the 1st inning. Garcia trying to restart a hitting streak. Had his 11-gamer snapped last night with an 0 for 3. Wave and a miss, late on the fastball. 0-1. Pippin's offense has just been pretty stagnant since we got here. They picked it up in the 7th inning of Game 1, ended up with 10 hits on the night, which is around the average. Tyson with a delayed steal, fastball outside. Here comes a rope down, but it is late. Kelly could not apply the tag, contorting around the sliding Tyson Miller. Second stolen base tonight for Tyson. Man in scoring position for the Pippins. The count 1-1. The pitch was high and away. A look back to second now for Cohen. 1-1. Shot softly off the hands out towards Kelly at second. He will back up and he will make the catch. 3 innings are about to be in the books. I should say 2.5 are in the books. We go to the bottom of the 3rd. Oliver Wilday back to work when we come back. This is Pippins baseball.
Yeah. All right.
You actually charge or you do the charge, but I think we can replace too much.
Please, someone try to cross on that. And we're so poor. Okay. What you want? It's I want you. Man, Nathan is our winner. That's
Whitmer Bakery is a proud sponsor of the Walla Walla Sweets. Stop down at the storefront located on Isaac Avenue in the East Bay for all of your quick good needs.
Welcome back to Borleske Stadium. It's the bottom of the third inning. The Sweets lead it 2-0. There's a conference going on right now between Kyle Crustangel, Leo Rivera, and our two umpires. There hasn't been any real animosity between the two teams. There hasn't been anything that has warranted warnings. I wonder if this maybe was more of a playing conditions type of conversation. The smoke was supposed to get a little bit worse as the night went on. Not to the point where we wouldn't be able to play, but I don't know. That's my best guess, and hopefully I can get an answer soon on what that conversation was about. Oliver Wilday back to work. First pitch foul past first base. 0-1 is the count to Gunnar Guile. Oliver did his job, got 2 outs after Tristan Pulliam loaded the bases. 1 run came home to score before Wilday got in the game. 3 men were left stranded. And so it's just a 2-0 ball game as the 0-1 pitch is fouled away on the left side this time. 0-2. So Oliver being asked to work here in tense moments. Pippins need to keep hanging zeros instead of these ones if they want a chance to dig back in. Well, there's a trucker that knows there's a ball game going on. 0-2. This is fouled away. I love the invention of the cell phone. I sent a text down to our coaches group chat, and Coach Crustangel telling me that was a smoke conversation. I was right. Look at that. I'm right sometimes. 0-2, Wilday missing just a touch outside. Upton froze for a half second to try to get the call. Like I said, the smoke was supposed to get a little bit worse tonight. We started the game at 88. Now it's up to 152 as here's a drive out towards the right field. Miller backing up and makes the catch. Well, that was a little bit higher than it was supposed to get to. 152. It was predicted between 100 and 150. If we reach around 175, technically, we're going to have to pause the game and get out of the smoky conditions. It's all umpires' discretion, though, based on the tools we have reading the quality of the air. Now, there's a big plume of smoke that's coming up from Oregon that is starting to make its way across the area. Breaking ball drops in for strike 1 to Austin Owens. 1 down here in the bottom of the third inning. I'm not a very sensitive person air-wise, but I have noticed it be just a little bit harder to do things as the 0-1 drops in. It's 0-2, another breaking ball by Wilday. So we'll see. It will either have to be a waited out type of thing or maybe just finish the game as here's a flare off the end of the bat out towards right field down for a hit in front of Tyson. 1 out single for Austin Owens. We go to Logan Nakamura next. Of course, my graph is not the same one that I think the field is using. And this is something that I'm totally foreign to because being in Nebraska, we don't do much with fire and smoke. We don't have very many forests, and so we don't have very many forest fires. First pitch, wave and a miss by Logan Nakamura, 0-1. Let me head out to the map that they're using. Out here at the ballpark, the air sensor reads at 135. Down in downtown, it says 152. 0-1, change up downstairs, 1-1 strike. Well, the night might get interesting. Usually you see delays because of rain. This one likely maybe headed for a delay due to smoke. 1-1 on a line out to right. This will drop in front of Miller. Tyson's been a busy man to start this inning. An out, and now two singles drop in front of his nose. 2 men aboard and only one out here in the bottom of the third inning. That'll bring up Keegan Kelly. Had a single back in the second inning. There are so many wildfires burning in the area. You take a look at a wildfire map, and the amount of fires on this half of the country is just insane. First pitch inside, 1 no strikes. The main fire that's providing smoke to this area, there's a combination. You've got a wildfire out by Buck Mountain in Oregon. You've got a wildfire out in North Cayuse. And then Lower Dry Creek as the 1-0 is popped over towards third. French going to have one play. It's a bouncing ball onto first. Sotomayor picks it. There are two away. Both runners move up 90 feet. But there's two down and two in scoring position for Cole Rogers. Nice play out there at third by French. There is no official wording really onto what the number is to postpone or delay games. First pitch downstairs, 1 no strikes to Cole Rogers. Popped into an infield fly in the second inning. But that 150 to 200 range is listed as unhealthy. Go 200 or above, you're probably in the danger zone. I think those monitors go up to 300. 1-0, fastball dotted on the outer half, 1 strike. Back in Yakima, not quite as much smoke in the air. There is still some haze, but the air conditions there are sitting around the 60s to 70s. So we shouldn't have any issues when we go home for the weekend. 1-1, just above the zone, 2 balls and a strike. Big group of unhealthy readings a little bit farther north of Wenatchee. 2-1, breaking ball downstairs, 3 balls and a strike. Well, now my map just got all messed up. I'm trying to read what direction I am. Here we go. Let's get properly oriented. 3 balls, 1 strike. First base is open. 2 down. Will Day brings it. It's a wave and a miss. A big, healthy cut for Cole Rogers. The count runs full. There's a small wildfire burning also in the Umatilla National Forest, right on the border between Washington and Oregon. That's only about 18 miles east of here. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Half swing. Did he go? No. It is ball 4 to Cole Rogers. Bases are loaded for the top of the Walla Walla order. Now the 2 umpires are going to get together, and I wonder if that was maybe a hit by pitch that the umpires are going to say, maybe did he lean in? We'll find out. Thanks, Casey. Casey Hilliard, one of the members of the front office here at Walla Walla. Was also with Yakima Valley last year when I was there. Good friends with Casey. Brought me a Glass of water. We're going to sip into that. Air quality dipping, but the quality of service is really good here at Walla Walla. Borleske Stadium. I always do enjoy coming here. The unique stories of hearing about how Drew Bledsoe played on this field as a football player and Whitman College's big history. First pitch grounded foul past Brandon Cabrera in the first base coaching box, 0-1. It still was used for football up until about a year and a half, 2 years ago. Now purely used for baseball for Whitman College and, of course, the Walla Walla Sweets. One of the nicest playing surfaces you'll play on in the West Coast League. 0-1, a bouncing ball, foul again towards the first base coaching box. Knowles is early on everything to start off. 2-0 Sweets. Hard to believe that. This is the start of the third time through the order already for Walla Walla. They have been very busy. No balls and 2 strikes to Knowles. Has an RBI double back in the previous inning. The pitch upstairs. Count moves to 1-2. One, two. Fastball outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. There's nowhere to put Peyton Knowles. A walk would drive home the third run of the game for Walla Walla. Wilday coming set at his belly button. Deep breath, exhales. 2-2 pitch. Breaking ball, fouled off. Straight back to the netting. It's still 2-2.
I can't forget
While the south part of the South Division dealing with some rain this week, us here in Walla Walla dealing with smoke. 2-2. On the ground, this stays fair, right past the first base bag. Levi will take it himself, and that will retire the side. Walla Walla leaves them loaded again. They fail to score. No runs on 2 hits, no errors, and 3 men left on. After a third of the game is complete, it's 2-0 Sweets heading to the fourth. The umpires will get together. The trainer has her phone out. We'll see if this game will continue. We'll be right back.
You're like that, you are working with this ball, open the finish. Welcome to the Basin.
We find never.
Top of the fourth inning here at Borleske Stadium. 2-0 Walla Walla. The Pippins trailing, have not scored since the 7th inning of Tuesday night's game. I'm Harmon Johnsen, your voice of the Pippins. 7:45 here in Walla Walla, Washington. Yakima Valley has Parker Burt, Malachi Emery Henderson, and Levi Sotomayor due up first against Walla Walla. And well, I better make sure I have the right Cohen. Hang on. Andrew Cohen Alex Cohen, we might see later. First pitch, a fastball riding inside and plunking Parker Burt on the elbow guard. Leadoff man aboard for Yakima Valley as they try to plate their first run of the game. So Andrew Cohen, after working a 4-batter inning in the third, allowing a walk to the second man he faced, will put a man on. The Pippins have left at least one man on in every inning so far. That's a much smaller number than Walla Walla right now. They have left 8 men aboard. Only 2 runs to show for all their traffic. Malachi Emery Henderson taking a first pitch strike right at the belt from Andrew Cohen. Malachi grounded out to second base back in the second inning. Huge hole over on the right side. Fastball outside, 1-1. The reason for that, you've got the first baseman Knowles holding on Parker Burt. Second baseman Kelly playing more up the middle. Usually you see the shift for the pull on the ground for Malachi. 1-1, slider high and away. 2 balls and 1 strike. Malachi does have a home run at this ballpark. It came in the third game right before the All-Star break. He'll have to really muscle one because the wind is blowing the opposite way. 2-1, wave and a miss. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Walla Walla wearing their white uniforms with blue sweets in script, red numerals, and then navy numerals on the back. White pants, red caps. Pippins wearing baby blues today with white Pippins and gray pants. 2-2, fouled straight back. Blue caps out in the field. The one thing I missed this year about the road is the true gray uniforms. Last year, Yakima Valley had a gray top with gray pants. It was a very clean look with whatever hat you wore. 2-2, backdoor slider, couldn't quite get it all the way across. The count runs to 3-2 with nobody out and a man at first. If there was one uniform I'd like back from last year, it's that gray. Had Yakima Valley on the front. 3-2. Just a touchdown and away, ball 4. Cohen issues free passes, 1 hit by pitch and 1 a walk to start this inning. Pippins have early traffic here in the middle frames. Levi Sotomayor will be up, trying to bring home the first run since Tuesday. The Pippins held scoreless until the 7th inning on Tuesday. They got 3 runs, then held scoreless the rest of the game, and then, of course, shut out yesterday. Going on 14 innings without a run. Breaking ball high and away. 1 ball and no strikes. Here comes Corey Keir, pitching coach for the Walla Walla Sweets. He's going to make a quick visit out to the hill, talk to Andrew Cohen. Sweets checking down to their bullpen to see if whoever is warming up, looks like a lefty, is ready to go. They only have 2 left-handers on the lineup card. So we will see if one of them gets burned here. Apologies if you can hear me yawning every once in a while. I think it is something to do with the smoke. I'm a little plugged up in the nose as well as we're going on. This is game 42 of 54 this summer, plus 4 non-league, so really 58 games. Kyle Sisk out to the hill to try to break up the visit. Andrew Cohen will remain. 1 ball and no strikes is the count. Levi Sotomayor got a single back in the second inning. Levi has had a hit in all 3 games of this series. So a 3-game hitting streak for him. He went 0 for 3 on Sunday against the Portland Pickles. After the mound visit, the 1-0 pitch is right in there for strike 1 to even it up. Parker Burt standing at second. Malachi Emery Henderson behind him at first. Look back towards second for Cohen. Here's the 1-1. Spat on downstairs, 2 balls and a strike.
Oh, come on.
Air quality still reading at 152. Two one, shot foul the opposite way. 2 balls and 2 strikes. This bounces all the way down to the front row of the expensive seats, and then the race for the ball is on down the ramp. That net back there behind the press box has some real tension, kind of like a badminton net. Two balls, 2 strikes. Nobody out. 2 men on for Yakima Valley. Here's the pitch from Cohen. Levi shoots it in the air on the left side. Foul territory for T into his bullpen. He will range and he will drop it. Sweets were ready to steal that free out there. Plenty of foul territory here at Borleske Stadium. T overran the ball. And so we'll do it again at 2-2. Defense resetting for Walla Walla. Cohen looks back. 2-2 pitch. Way outside. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Payoff pitch upcoming. The Pippins trying to load the bases with nobody out against Andrew Cohen. Here it is. It is just off the plate for ball 4. Bags are loaded for Yakima Valley. Brandon Stone has a chance to get the Pippins on the board. Stone with 4 hits in the series, trying to build on a 3-game hitting streak. I should say if he gets the hit today, it would be his 3rd game. He was 0 for 2 on Sunday against Portland. First pitch way outside by Cohen to the right-handed batter. 1-0. Got 2 more righties due up in Jackson Upton and Cole French before you get to your next left-hander. There's a southpaw warming up for Walla Walla. He might have to come in sooner than the staff expected. One ball, no strikes. Stone fouls it straight back. Decent-sized crowd on hand despite the weather conditions. Starting to dip under the light power already as we approach the 8 o'clock hour. 1-1, Stone late on the fastball. The count moves to 1-2. Nobody out. The one thing you don't want for Yakima Valley is a ground ball. Force play is everywhere. Parker Burt leads the way at 3rd. Malachi behind him at 2nd. And Levi on at 1st. The 1-2 pitch to Stone. Wave and a miss. Strike 3. 1 down here in the top of the 4th inning. Brings up Jackson Upton.
Number 51.
What an opportunity for Upton here. Game number 15. He's only got 3 RBI. Cohen set at the belt. The first pitch, a slider that caught the top of the zone. 0-1 to Upton. This game 2-0 sure feels a lot bigger of a lead for Walla Walla just because of the amount of traffic they've had. 8 base runners left on already. Yakima Valley with 3 here in this inning to tie their left stranded so far today as Upton swings and misses for strike 2. Pippins left 1 on in the first, second, and third. Burt, Emery Henderson, and Sotomayor hit by pitch, walk. Now Stone with a strikeout. Upton in danger of becoming the third strikeout victim of Andrew Cohen. The 0-2 pitch. Called strike 3 right on the outer black. So now 2 away, and Cohen starting to get fired up with his dugout. Cole French, the last hope for the Pippins here in the top of the 4th. You don't want it to go down as a missed opportunity here. Bases loaded, nobody out. Now 2 down, still the bases loaded. Righty-righty matchup here to French, the first pitch. Cohen comes it right in. Coach Crustangel is going to call an offensive meeting, and he's going to have a chat with Cole French. Crusty hasn't used an offensive timeout in quite a while. He uses this opportunity to chat with his new infielder in his just second game as a Pippin in a big situation. Anything in the gap likely ties the game. If you can get one all the way to the wall, then we'll see if Levi can turn on the Jets and try to take the lead for Yakima Valley. Cole French, 0 for 4 so far as a Pippin, looking for that first hit. This would be a perfect time for it. Wave and a miss, top of the zone. Now the count's 0-2. The Sweets contingent, if there was a roof on this place, might have blow it off if Cohen can get one more strike. But open air, the highway traffic's just going to have to hear the cheers if this strike comes across. 0-2 with the bases loaded. Fastball upstairs. 1 ball and 2 strikes. French going to have to find a way to battle. Parker at third. Malachi at second. Levi at first. They all got there with nobody out. Now with 2 down, the count is 1-2. The pitch on the way from Cohen. Wave and a miss. Cohen strikes out the side. He loads the bases on 3 free passes and then strikes out the next 3 Pippins hitters to escape unscathed. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 3 big base runners left on. We head to the bottom of the 4th inning here in Walla Walla. 2-0 Sweets. This is Pippins baseball.
Man, let's go. I'm pretty sure winner. Don't go.
In this practice here, Central also found with the Walla Walla Sweets. Check out the award-winning reward program. Hit a strike.
Bottom of the 4th inning here at Borleske Stadium. 2-0 Walla Walla Sweets. They will have the top of their order due up. Well, mostly the top of their order. Trevor T., Troy Osborne, Gaines Hassan, 2, 3, and 4. Your broadcaster here forgot to write down the final out of the 3rd inning. Wrote down the runs, hits, and errors, but did not write down how Knowles got out. So I'll go back and do that really quick while Trevor T. digs in. Oliver Wilde still out there for Yakima Valley. First offering, a fastball right at the bottom of the zone for strike number 1. Thankfully, we have live scoring, so I can go back and check any play that we have. Ground out to first base unassisted. Inside fastball, 1-1 to Trevor T. So it's a 3-U that ended the third inning and left 3 men on base. That's silly. I usually don't forget that. I'll blame it on the smoke. 1-1, wave and a miss. Trevor T went fishing, 2 balls and 1 strike. Wilday's done good work, is not allowed a run yet. He did give up 2 hits in the third inning, but left the bases loaded. Would like to see that continue. 2-1. Bouncing ball over towards third. French on the 1-high hop, sends the throw across. There is out number 1. I think the count was actually 1-2, but I read the scoreboard. It definitely said 2-1. We're all sorts of confused here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Let's make sure to write this one down. 5-3, 1 out. Here's Troy Osborne, 0 for 1, a strikeout looking and a walk. First pitch, swinging, sends it foul over on the right side. Playable for Sotomayor, in the grass, on the warning track, makes the catch right in front of the netting. Quickly 2 away here in the 4th. Wilday has only thrown 5 pitches. Here's Gaines Hassan. Wilday has gone 2 1/3 innings now. 1 strikeout, no walks. Oh, I forgot to reset the pitch counter as well. Man, it's not a good day for man up here in the booth. First pitch breaking ball. This misses just high and tight. 1 ball and no strikes. That was pitch number 40 for Oliver Wilday. 1-0, hanging breaking ball out towards left. Emery Henderson overran it. It's over his head and onto the track. Hassan turns around first. He will stop at second. Malachi came in because he saw the line drive, but then realized it was over his cap. Ends up with a 2-out double for Gaines Hassan. Very hard hit by Hassan. Gunnar Guile will be up with a man at second and 2 outs. Guile today 0 for 2. Reached on a fielder's choice, but flew out in the third inning. A fielder's choice was the nifty play by Pulliam, fielding a ground ball between his legs. Wilday gets a swing and a miss at the top of the zone. 0-1 to Gunnar Guile. Three minutes past 8 here in Walla Walla, Washington. Glad you're listening wherever you are, either in YouTube or on Mixler. 0-1 upstairs, 1 ball and 1 strike. And from wherever you're listening in the country, around the world, who knows? I can't tell. I'm sure at least one member of my family is listening back home in Nebraska. Of course, they had a game tonight at North Platte, so they might be just getting done. 1-1. Outside black, but called ball 2. 2 balls and a strike. 2-0 the score. Walla Walla trying to add on. Hassan standing out at second with a 2-out double. 2-1, lifted very shallow out towards right. It'll drop in front of Miller. Here's the windmill around third for Hassan. The throw coming to the plate. It is up the line. Moving on to second on the throw is Gunnar Guile. And there is the third run of the game as plated by Gaines Hassan. RBI single for Gunnar Guile. Guile again moved up to second on the throw. Here's Austin Owens. That's the first run given up for Oliver Wilday. This game not out of reach by any means. There's still 5 innings offensively left to play for Yakima Valley. They just have not been able to find the offensive bug that they had in the 7th inning on Tuesday. First pitch upstairs. 1 ball and no strikes to Austin Owens, who is 1 for 2 today with a single and a pop out to Upton in foul territory behind home plate. Look back toward second. The 1-0. Fastball right on the inner black. 1-1. Owens was a bit mistaken on his guess. He started buckling his knees, thought that pitch was going to hit him, but instead it crosses home plate for a strike.
Problem with your equipment.
1-1. On the ground foul past Leo Rivera. Third base coach didn't even move for Walla Walla. So the count 1-2. Trying to get 4 in the books here. By far the slowest pace of play we've had in any of our games here at Walla Walla. Wilday was about to throw, but time will be called by Austin Owens, and in doing so, Kyle Sisk has to grant an offensive meeting for Walla Walla. It wasn't for equipment purposes. It wasn't for injury. So the Sweets burn an offensive timeout. The count 1-2. Thankfully, Wilday saw that time had been called. He started his motion. Here's the pitch. Bounces in. No advance from the runner at second, Gunnar Guile. Logan Nakamura is on deck for Walla Walla. All this coming with 2 outs. Ground out, pop out, and then double single for the Sweets. 2-2. Laced into center field. Garcia squares it. He lays out. He makes the catch. He readjusted right at the last second before that ball hit the grass. And he ends up with the flyout in center field. A little bit of an adventure, but Lewis makes the play. 1 run comes home on 2 hits for Walla Walla, no errors, and 1 man left on base. 4 innings in the books, 3-0 Sweets. We head to the 5th here at Borleske Stadium.
That's a gift money for doing a good job. You have a skull taking. You're gonna decide. Pick something.
That's what I spent today. Like, please. Want something with chocolate, but also.
Top of the 5th inning here at Borleske Stadium. Pippins trail 3-0. New pitcher into the game for the Sweets. This is Blake Moore from the College of William and Mary. Moore from California City, California. On the season, 12 innings. This is his 8th game. 15 strikeouts, 8 walks, 12 hits, 9 earned runs, and a 6.75 ERA. Opponents hitting .250 against Moore. He pitched against Yakima Valley on the 31st of May. Went a third of an inning, giving up 2 runs on 1 hit, 1 walk, and no strikeouts. First offering from the lefty is upstairs to Tyson Miller. His counterpart, Andrew Cohen, goes 2 innings without giving up a run or a hit. He walks 3, he strikes out 3 on 38 pitches. 1-0. Fastball outside, 2 balls and no strikes. Tyson today has walked twice. If Sawyer Nelson hadn't broken the West Coast League single season walks record already, Tyson would be in the conversation with 12 games left to play. 2-0 outside, 3 balls and no strikes. He's about to coax a third tonight. Moore comes set right at his chest, takes a deep breath. The southpaw brings home the 3-0. Tyson watching all the way and taking a strike. Moore very tall out there on the hill, listed at around 6'3", I believe. Top of the 5th under smoky conditions, a warmer evening as well. 3-1, breaking ball, dropping above the strike zone. That'll be Tyson's 3rd walk of the night. That'll bring up Jay O'Neill. Moore had walked 8 coming into this game, so now 9. For Tyson, he had 40 walks coming into the game, including his non-league action, so now 43. On-base percentage getting back a little bit closer to 500. Jay squaring to bunt. He will pull it back as the pitch is high and away. 1 ball and no strikes. It was very warm out on the field during batting practice, and now as the smoke has come in and the sun starts to set, there's a little bit of a breeze that's kicked up and actually quite comfortable. Jay showing bunt, breaking ball high and away. 2 balls and no strikes. The folks here at Borleske Stadium letting Kyle Sisk know what they thought of that call. 2-0. Sent back right off the netting, and this will bounce right off of the wooden planks down here. If it had jumped a little bit shorter, it would have been right behind me. Darn it. Now it's going to roll underneath the decking here, and somebody's probably going to pick it up. A look over to first. 2-1, showing bunt. Now pulling away as the slider's down and away. 3-1 to O'Neill. Pippins had 3 free passes to load the bases in the 4th inning, and then strikeout, strikeout, strikeout. Trying to get more men on. 3-1, Jay shoots this out towards the left center field trouble triangle. It's going to drop in front of Hassan. That is hit number 2 today for Yakima Valley. They have him 1st and 2nd with nobody out. Tyson moves up to 2nd. Now a chance for Luis Garcia. Garcia 0 for 2. Strikeout and a pop out. Look back towards 2nd for Moore. Kicks and fires. First pitch fastball high and away. Now a little bit of that breeze coming into the press box. Feels good. I think everybody is excited for the cool down that's supposed to happen this weekend. Not by much, but 90 degrees compared to 100 degrees feels completely different. 1-0, breaking ball high and away. 2 balls and no strikes. Out here, there's not as much humidity as what I grew up with back in Nebraska, so the heat purely just feels a lot better after you've experienced 100 and you go back to 90. You start considering wearing a jacket again. 2-0, Garcia pops it up on the infield. Kelly, no, it gives way for the first baseman, Knowles. He'll make the catch. 1 away. I was surprised I didn't see an infield fly symbol. It wasn't popped up very high. The Sweets really could have had damage there if they would have dropped the ball. Could have turned a double play. They'll take the out. First and second, one away for Parker Burt. Parker 0 for 1 with a ground out and a hit by pitch. Breaking ball high and away. 1 ball and no strikes. That hit by pitch eventually got him to third base where he would be left stranded. There have been base runners everywhere in this game. 1-0, breaking ball, just a touch upstairs. 2 balls and no strikes. The Pippins have left on 6. They have 2 men on right now. The Sweets have left 9 aboard through their 4 innings of offense. 3-0 is the score. 2-0, that misses in tight. 3 balls and no strikes. Again, the umpires in the stands not approving of Kyle Sisk's strike zone, but from up here, I say he's doing pretty good. For now, 3-0. Parker taking all the way. It's an automatic strike. There's the sarcastic collapse. Three balls and 1 strike here. Parker Burt looking for another clutch hit. Both of his hits in the Portland series ended up in RBIs. 3-1, went fishing downstairs, got a fastball, but he can't come up with it. 3-2. 1 out. You've got Tyson at second base, Jay O'Neill at first. Parker standing tall in that right-hand batter's box. A look back to second for Moore. The payoff, breaking ball, misses upstairs. The Pippins have the bases loaded again. Could not score when they had this situation back in the 4th inning. Let's see if Malachi Emery Henderson can change that. Right-hander up and warming for Walla Walla. Lefty-lefty matchup here. First pitch fastball yanked outside by Moore. 1-0. Malachi does have a home run at this ballpark. That came on Sunday, July 12th. And it came against Charlie Sineker. 1-0, fastball misses off. 2 balls, no strikes. Moore has not been around the strike zone tonight, so those borderline pitches he's less inclined to get. Pippins trying to scratch across their first run any way possible. Another fastball misses glove side for Moore. And now in a 3-0 count, Leo Rivera hoping that his reliever is warm. Pippins trying to score for the first time tonight. The 3-0 automatic take for Malachi, and it's a strike. Emery Henderson looking for anything in the outfield grass. You want to avoid the ground ball on the infield. 3-1, tapper foul back towards the Pippins on deck circle. So the count runs full with 1 down and the bases loaded. A lot of high-stress pitches for Moore here in his first inning of relief, likely his last. Payoff, upstairs ball 4. The Pippins have plated a run. Malachi Emery Henderson draws a bases-loaded base on balls. That's an RBI for Malachi, and it's 3-1. Leo Rivera out to the mound. Looks like Moore's night will be done after throwing just a third of an inning. The 1 out he gets is against Luis Garcia, who pops up to first base. We'll get you the information on the new Walla Walla Sweets pitcher when we come back. The Pippins threatening the tying run is out at second. The go-ahead run stands at first here in the top of the 5th inning at Borleske Stadium.
Now, pretty, pretty, pretty.
Still the top of the fifth inning here at Borleske Stadium. The new pitcher is Zach Vega from Gonzaga. 6.75 ERA in 2 2/3 innings. He struck out 3. He has walked 3. This is game number 3 that he will pitch in. 111 is the batting average against. He's given up 2 earned runs on 1 hit. Outings against the Springfield Drifters and the Corvallis Knights. His most recent was against the Knights on the 18th. He went 1 inning scoreless with 2 strikeouts. That's what Leo Rivera is hoping for. Levi Sotomayor hoping for a pitch to hit. 3-1, Walla Walla leads it. The Pippins have plated their first run since the 7th inning on Tuesday. First pitch, fastball downstairs. 1 ball and no strikes. Sotomayor today, 1 for 1, a walk and a single. Leading the way on the base paths is Jay O'Neill. You've got Parker Burt behind him. Malachi Emery Henderson at first. 1-0 from Vega. Fastball outside, 2 balls and no strikes. Sotomayor will be patient. Pippin's able to cash in a run for the first time since Tuesday. It's been a very sluggish offensive series for the Pippins. 2-0. This misses outside. 3 balls and no strikes. Scoreboard has it 2-1. I don't think that's right. Unless I looked down before Kyle Sisk made a call. Sotomayor standing in. Here's the pitch. This is outside. Okay, so it is ball 4. Levi takes his walk, and the Pippins will score again. That's 4 walks in the inning issued by Walla Walla pitching. Jay O'Neill scores. 1-run ball game. No defense against a walk. Corey Keir with some words out towards Kyle Sisk. Here's Brandon Stone. First pitch. This is just down and away. 1 ball and no strikes. Stone, strikeout and a pop out. He has 4 hits in the series, though, 3 of them coming on Tuesday night. 1-0. Inside fastball. 2 balls and no strikes. Austin Owens on his knees out there at shortstop. He's probably feeling a little bit bored. 4 walks to go along with a single and a pop out in this inning. 2-0, cranked down the left field line, but it is well foul. Stone got all of this baseball, but could not keep it inside the pole. A very good swing put on by Brandon Stone. Unfortunately, it's a very loud, long strike 1. Let's see if he can keep one of those fair here. Vega going out of the windup with the bases loaded. 2-1, fastball brushes him back. And now the Pippins are a called ball away from tying this game. Haven't even had to swing the stick. Moore and Vega combining to have issues with the strike zone. They've not been in it. Pippins looking to draw the 5th walk of the inning. Here's the 3-1. Stone takes a breaking ball downstairs, and the game is tied. That's 4 straight walks for Walla Walla pitching, and it's 3-all here in the top of the 5th. Parker Burt crosses the plate. Jackson Upton with a chance to give the Pippins the lead. Upton's 0 for 2 today. Strikeout and a ground into a fielder's choice. First pitch to Upton. This skips in. It gets behind Kyle Sisk. Here comes Malachi. The Pippins have the lead. Osborne lost it behind the home plate umpire. The ball was spiked. It's 4-3 Yakima Valley after the wild pitch.
1-3, you got it. Okay.
2 men in scoring position. The infield will come in for Walla Walla, and now Jackson Upton with a chance to provide some insurance. Jackson's the 8th man to hit in the inning. There's only 1 out for Yakima Valley. 1-0. There's a strike at the knees. I think that tells you the story of what the Walla Walla Sweets fans think about what's happened the last inning or so. Upton in an even count. 1-1, just misses inside. 2 balls and a strike. Decent contingent of Sweets fans on hand tonight, including, I think, one of the owners of the Sweets, who also has some ownership in the Mariners. 2-1, fouled straight back. The count, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Jackson Upton looking for a couple of big RBI here. Only 3 ribbies on the summer so far for Upton. One of them against the Marion Berries on the 21st of June, one against the Dub C Fish Sticks, a non-league game, and one on July 5th against the Bend Elks. The 2-2 pitch, shot through the right side of the infield and into right field. Scoring easily is Sotomayor. The brakes put on for Brandon Stone at third. It's an RBI single for Jackson Upton. The Pippins lead at 5-3. A perfectly placed baseball between Kelly and Knowles. Yakima Valley has plated 5 runs here in the 5th inning. A 6th is waiting 90 feet away. Here's Cole French. Still only 1 out. What a time it would be for French's first hit as a Pippin. 0 for 5 to start his career with Yakima Valley. Takes a breaking ball at the knees for strike 1. French 0 for 2 today. A ground out and a strikeout. He's the 9th man to hit here in the 5th inning. 0-1, fouled straight back, and now it's 0-2. Barring a double play, Tyson Miller will get a chance to hit for the 2nd time here in the 5th.
Bigger colored hair.
French in an 0-2 hole. Vega trying to stop the bleeding. All 4 runs at the start of the inning are credited to Moore. Here's a tapper out towards the third base line. It will bounce foul into the grass on the third base side. Another weird spinner that took a hop off of the fair territory grass and then went foul. French almost had one of the shortest RBI singles you could get. Stone was charging hard at the plate. He almost ran into Kyle Sisk. So we'll reset. Still no balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah.
Runners at the corners. Here's the 0-2 pitch. It bounces through Osborne all the way to the backstop, and scoring will be Stone. A second wild pitch plates a 6th run for Yakima Valley, and every walk has come home to score. Jackson Upton moves up to second base in the process. Still a man in scoring position for Cole French. This game has been flipped on its head here in the top of the 5th inning. We're not halfway home yet. 1-2 on the way. Backing away French. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. What an inning for Yakima Valley. 6 runs on 2 hits right now. There's only 1 out in the inning. Another right-hander is warming for Walla Walla. 2-2, wave and a miss, strike 3. French down swinging. That's the 2nd out here in the top of the 5th. That will bring the top of the order back up for Yakima Valley, who got this party started with a walk. Tyson Miller. He was the first of 6 men to score here in this 5th inning. Miller has walked 3 times tonight. He has stolen 2 bases. Vega, the first pitch high and away. Oliver Wilde has been sitting for quite a while for Yakima Valley. His night might be done. The Pippins do have a right-hander up and throwing in their bullpen. A look back to second for Vega. The 1-0 pitch outside. 2 balls and no strikes. The Sweets in danger of maybe having to use a 3rd pitcher here in the 5th inning. Blake Moore went a 1/3 of an inning. Now here, Vega has only gone a 1/3 himself. 2-0, down and away. 3 balls and no strikes. Tyson will gladly take his 4th walk of the night. A big gust of wind picks up here at the ballpark. Gray skies with smoke in the air. Jackson Upton out at second base. The 3-0 pitch. Tyson taking all the way. It's a strike right over the heart of the plate. Still a pitch to play with for Tyson Miller. He can be selective. 3 balls and 1 strike. Here's the pitch from Vega. Fouled back off the netting. This will roll down and into the wooded area behind us. And now the count runs full. 3 balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs and a man at second base. Pippins have scored 6 runs here in the 5th inning. Vega trying to end this inning from the netherworld. Payoff, cut on, and missed. Back-to-back strikeouts for Vega to end the 5th inning, but not before Yakima Valley gets 6 runs on 2 hits. No errors by the Sweets, and they leave 1 man on base. Halfway home here at Borleske Stadium, the Pippins have flipped this one on its head. 6-3, Yakima Valley leads as we go to the bottom half of the 5th.
Good job, Alva. Do you want me to take the paper up? Maybe deep breath.
God's good, yeah.
Bottom of the fifth inning here at Borleske Stadium. The Pippins have taken the lead. 6-3 is the score as a new pitcher comes into the game for Yakima Valley. Gus Musial making his 10th appearance, 12 2/3 innings for Gus. 10 strikeouts, 13 walks, 21 hits, and 14 earned runs for a 9.95 ERA. Gus is 1-0 on the season, spent 2 seasons at Yakima Valley College. His last outing was against the Portland Pickles on the 19th, went a third of an inning, got the Pippins out of the side. The night before against the Pickles, went 1 inning scoreless, walking 1. So he'll be asked to get through a couple of high leverage innings here in relief of Oliver Wilday, who is currently in line for the decision. It's Logan Nakamura, the first man to face Musial, taking ball 1 downstairs. Pippins with a 6 spot in the top half of the 5th inning. Nakamura 1 for 1 with a single and a walk today. 1-0, down and in, 2 balls and no strikes. The last thing you want to do if you're Yakima Valley is turn around and do what Walla Walla just did to you and walk the house. Here's a just miss right inside. 3 balls and no strikes. You don't want to give Walla Walla a chance to start their own rally with free passes. That's how the 5th inning started for Yakima Valley. 3-0, automatic take, and it's a strike to Logan Nakamura. Let's see if that gets Gus rolling. Musial not used in that game 1 on Tuesday that was close. 3-1, misses downstairs in the dirt, ball 4. Nakamura draws his 2nd walk of the evening. So now here's Keegan Kelly, 1 for 2. Kelly singled out towards left field back in the 2nd inning. He also grounded out to the third baseman, French. One of those ground balls to French would be nice. It would mean a double play opportunity for the Pippins. First pitch from Musial, just down and in. 1 ball and no strikes. Francisco Lopez running down towards the Yakima Valley bullpen. We might see him later on tonight if the score stays somewhat like it is. Ground ball towards French, but foul. The count moves to 1-1. Cole protecting the line against this right-handed batter. Shortstop Stone playing a little bit towards the pole side, and O'Neill shaded up towards the middle. Big hole on the right side of the infield. 1-1. Breaking ball drops right in. The count 1-2. Pippins need a shutdown inning after scoring 6 runs in the top of the 5th. It's going to be a late night here in Walla Walla. Hope you'll stick around with us. Another breaking ball. This one's upstairs. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Pippins hosting the Corvallis Knights starting tomorrow for a 3-game series. State Fair weekend is the promotion. Friday and Saturday, 6:35. Sunday, 5:05. 2-2. This is just below the knees. 3 balls and 2 strikes. And the strike zone, as we saw in the top half of the 5th inning, has shrunk a little bit here for Kyle Sisk. Pippin's going to have to keep this one relatively close to the plate. Here's the payoff. It is high and away, ball 4. Back-to-back walks to start the bottom half of the 5th. So now the tying run comes to the plate. Cole Rogers, 0 for 1 with an infield fly and a walk. Musial needs an out somewhere to get the confidence back. Pippins middle infield playing back. First pitch to Rogers. That's a strike right on the outer half. Corners are playing in and towards the line. French guarding the line with his right-handed batter, and then Sotomayor playing behind the runner at first, Kelly. Musial looking back to second. Here's the 0-1. This is on the ground, back up the middle. Stone going to step on the bag himself. Relay to first, double play. Moving up to third is Logan Nakamura, but more importantly, Yakima Valley gets 2 outs for the price of 1. 6 unassisted out at second to get Keegan Kelly, and then 6-3 on across to first. Cole Rogers, the second out of this inning. That's twin killing number 32 for Yakima Valley this summer. Here's Peyton Knowles, 1 for 3 today. A couple of groundouts to first base and a double. First pitch just misses the outer part of the black to this left-handed hitter, 1-0. That'll be a confidence booster for Gus Musial. Man at third, Logan Nakamura. Musial coming set at the letters. The 1-0 pitch. Change up outside, 2 balls, no strikes. Knowles is a spark plug for Walla Walla. That double was just inside the first base bag and all the way down the line. No Sam Kane in the starting lineup tonight for the Sweets as the 2-0 is shot out towards left field. Malachi fighting the smoke, but he has a beat on it and he makes the catch and records out number 3. Couple of walks to start the inning, but a double play and a fly out end of the threat. No runs on no hits, no errors, and 1 man left on. We go to the 6th inning. Yakima Valley has a 3-run lead, 6-3 here in Borleske Stadium. This is Pippins baseball.
Two, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Winner! Bye.
You guys ready? Yeah.
Top of the 6th inning here in Walla Walla, Washington. Yakima Valley leads it 6-3 in the rubber match of this 3-game series. Let's get some scores from around the West Coast League as Jay O'Neill digs in to lead off this 6th inning. Bottom of the 7th inning in Wenatchee, 4-1 Apple Sox over the Port Angeles Lefties. Bottom of the 5th in Corvallis, the Knights lead at 14-2 over the Bend Elks as the first pitch from Vega is high and away, just a bit outside. 1-0 all the way to the screen. It's the top of the 8th inning in Nanaimo. Victoria leads at 18-1 over the Night Owls. Top of the 6th in Ridgefield. First the 1-0 pitch. Outside fastball, 2-0. Raptors lead at 13-6 over the Berries after suffering a loss yesterday. Bottom of the 4th inning in Game 2 of the doubleheader in Portland. The Drifters lead at 4-2. 2-0 pitch, high and away. 3 balls and no strikes. The Pippins will be content to take a walk here in the 6th. Force the Sweets bullpen to get working again. Vega out of the windup, the 3-0. Jay taking all the way, and it's a strike right on the outer black. Pippins sent 10 men to the plate in the 5th inning, scoring 6 runs on only 2 hits. Out of the windup, here's the 3-1. Jay slicing this one down the left field line. This is hooking foul. This is on top of the indoor batting cage over by the Sweets bullpen. And it will roll off the roof down towards the bench. So the count now full, 3-2 with nobody out. Jay O'Neill leading off this 6th inning. He's 1 for 3 today with a single and a run scored. 3-2. Nowhere close. It's upstairs and all the way to the backstop. Jay O'Neill will draw a leadoff walk here in the 6th inning. Vega's got some velocity, but just doesn't seem to know where it's going right now. nobody throwing for Walla Walla. That's the more surprising part for me. Luis Garcia 0 for 3. First pitch, taking a fastball right over the heart of the plate, 0-1. Lewis making sure that Vega can throw a strike. Now he'll dig back in and see what Vega brings here. Jay at first, the 0-1, down and in across the shoot tops, 1 ball and 1 strike. Garcia's 3 outs today, a strikeout swinging in the first, a pop out to second base in the third, and a pop out to first base in that 5th inning. He was the only out that Moore recorded. 1-1 downstairs. 2 balls and 1 strike. Pippins looking for some insurance, trying to take game 3 of this series and win their second series of the summer against Walla Walla. 2-1, wave and a miss, high and tight. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Pippins took 2 out of 3 on opening weekend, and then the last time they were here at Borleske Stadium got swept. With a win last night for Walla Walla, the Pippins cannot clinch the season series. 2-2, chopped at the plate. This is behind home plate and foul. It was a high chop right off the point of the plate. The count 2-2. But the Pippins can get within 1 game of the season series and get the all-time series back to 500. The Sweets lead at 39-38. 2-2 on the ground, hard out towards short. Owens bobbles the transfer. He leaves the ball at his feet as he falls to the ground, and everybody will be safe. Now Owens laying flat on his back. I don't know if this is an injury or disappointment. Owens now sitting up. Looked like he twisted his knee or his ankle a little bit when he was trying to go down and grab this. Yeah, he comes up favoring his right leg. Everybody is safe. It's first and second for Yakima Valley. The attention going now to the shortstop, Austin Owens. He's going to stay in this game, shake out his leg a little bit. That's likely an error on Owens, which allows Luis Garcia to reach. That's a tough way to get your first error of the night if you're Walla Walla. Looked pretty routine. It was a hard ground ball, which meant all that Owens had to do was get it onto second quickly, and the second out would follow almost immediately. 2 aboard, nobody out for Parker Burt instead. First pitch, Parker takes a strike right on the inner black on the bottom corner. The official ruling has not yet come into our live stats. (0-1) the count. Fastball this time brushes Parker back, and so it's 1-1. Burt today 0 for 1 with a ground out, but he was hit by a pitch in the 4th and walked in the 5th. Pippins trying to get some more runs on the board. 1-1, shot the opposite field. This will fall in front of Rogers, and everybody will move station to station. A single for Parker Burt loads the bases with nobody out for Yakima Valley. Nice piece of hitting going the opposite way for Parker. No run comes home to score, but he sets up the rest of this lineup very well. That play out at second still does not have a ruling. I have it written down as an E4, which actually would be an E6 because it was the shortstop. Double checking myself here. Malachi Emery Henderson, a couple of walks and a ground out today. Check swing on the first pitch. It's high and tight for ball 1. So it is an error by the shortstop. And then that single by Parker, only the 4th hit of the night for Yakima Valley. They have 6 runs. 1-0, Malachi takes a strike right at the knees. 1 ball, 1 strike. You'd love to see Emery Henderson pull through in this situation. He has the home run here at Borleske Stadium back before the All-Star break. He also has a walk-off single against Ridgefield right before we came to Walla Walla. That was a great weekend for Malachi. Wave and a miss, trying to put 4 runs on the board. Not a bad idea. He got a pitch middle. Just couldn't square up the baseball, and now it's 1-2. Jay O'Neill leads the way over at third base. You got Garcia behind him, and then Parker at first. 1-2 from Vega. Wave and a miss by Malachi. He is down swinging. First out on the board here in the 6th inning. That'll bring up Levi Sotomayor with the bases loaded. Sotomayor 1 for 1. A single in the 2nd inning and a couple of walks in the 4th and the 5th. Defense playing straight up for Walla Walla with the exception of Knowles at first. First offering, high and away, 1 ball and no strikes. Knowles is playing in front of the runner, Parker Burt, trying to gun something down at home. Left-handed hitter up. He's trying to be as close to the plate as possible. 1-0. Sotomayor takes another one high and away. 2 balls and no strikes. 3 of the runs that were scored for Yakima Valley in the 5th inning came because of bases loaded walks. Then an RBI single, then a wild pitch. 2-0, there's a strike, heart of the plate, 2 balls and 1 strike. So Emery Henderson walked, Sotomayor walked, Stone walked, Upton hit the RBI single, and then a wild pitch brought home a couple of runs. Malachi and Brandon Stone, 2 separate wild pitches in that 5th inning. 2-1, Levi strokes this to center field. This will drop. Stop sign put up at third for Garcia, but O'Neill will score easily. RBI single for Levi Sotomayor. He is 2 for 2 today, and the Pippins lead at 7-3. Garcia was right on the heels of O'Neill, and the throw went up the line. Coach Crustangel probably could have sent him. But you don't want to risk getting an out at home plate, which would be out number 2. Bases still loaded. Here's Brandon Stone. Drew the RBI walk in the 5th inning. 1 down here in the top of the 6th. This is pitch number 50 for Zach Vega. It is in there for strike 1. Other than that walk in the 5th, Stone 0 for 2, a pop out and a strikeout. Very stiff breeze blowing from right to left here at Borleske Stadium. If Stone could get one in the jet stream, he has a chance for a big hit. 0-1, this bounces away from Osborne, and it will go all the way to the Sweets dugout. Garcia will score easily, and it's 8-3 Yakima Valley. Wild pitch advances everybody 90 feet. I guess my biggest question as a baseball announcer is, why is Vega still in the game? There is action now for Walla Walla, but you'd have thought with the struggles he had finishing the 5th inning and then to start the 6th inning here that Leo Rivera would have gotten him out, especially in a game where you want to win against your rival. Pippins will take it, though. And I'm not saying that it's purely because of Vega that they're winning. Foul ball off of the mask of Osborne. He took this one square. Kyle Sisk going to go out to the pitcher's mound and hang out with Vega for a second as the training staff checks on Troy Osborne. The count 1 ball and 2 strikes, and this is probably just one of those quick concussion protocol type of evaluations. Troy Osborne, after getting plunked in the elbow yesterday, doing the catching tonight. He's a tough man. You have to be tough if you're a catcher. All 3 of the catchers for Yakima Valley have their fair share of batters and bruises. The count 1 ball and 2 strikes to Brandon Stone. 2 men in scoring position. The infield pulled in for Walla Walla. 8-3 Yakima Valley. They played 2 here in the 6th. Stone brushed back, pitched near the knees. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Right-handed action for Walla Walla in their bullpen. Gus Musial getting plenty of chance to rest here for Yakima Valley. Nobody throwing down in the pen. 2-2. Ring him up, top of the strike zone. Brandon Stone disagrees. He will head to the dugout unhappy. There are 2 down here in the 6th, and Leo Rivera has popped out of the dugout for the Sweets. And I think he'll be making a pitching change with 2 men on and 2 out here in the 6th. Vega over 50 pitches in about an inning and a third. He will exit, has one final word for his manager, and we'll get you information on the new Walla Walla pitcher when we come back. 8-3 the score. Yakima Valley leads it by 5. Top of the 6th inning here at Borleske Stadium. This is Pippins Baseball.
One, Seattle University number 33. One, Baldwin. 4.
Top of the 6th inning, there are 2 outs here in the frame. Quade Gonzalez, the 4th, comes in for the Walla Walla Sweets out of Gonzaga. 3 innings, 3 games, 3 strikeouts, 3 walks, 3 hits, 2 earned runs for a 6 ERA. His last outing came on the 19th of July against Corvallis, going 1 inning perfect. He pitched against Yakima Valley on the 12th of July, giving up 1 walk and 2 strikeouts in an inning. He faces Jackson Upton here with 2 men already in for runs and 2 men in scoring position for Yakima Valley. First pitch, Upton takes a called strike right at the letters. It's 0-1. Upton tonight 1 for 3, a RBI single back in the 5th inning. That was his 4th ribby of the summer. Pippins lead it 8-3. 0-1 out of the windup from Gonzalez. On the ground, foul past the safety bag at first. And the count now 0-2. Coach Crustangel having a quick conversation with Henry DeJesus across the field, trying to figure out if what Gonzalez is doing is legal. He's going out of the windup, but I think Krusty has a problem with where he steps back. You can't step behind the rubber with people on. It's deceptive. 0-2, a check swing, and around goes Upton. That is strikeout number 3 on the inning for Walla Walla pitching. But not before they surrender 2 more runs. It comes on 2 hits and 1 error. 2 men left on base for Yakima Valley. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning, 8-3. The Pippins lead it. We'll be right back. This is Pippins Baseball.
Six of the ball by Chris Palmer and Spoken Palmer. The member of the Texas stand for South Grand Ian Palmer Palmer. Ball.
Bottom of the sixth inning is on deck here at Borleske Stadium. The Pippins leading it 8-3. They put up 6 runs in the fifth, 2 in the sixth, and now Walla Walla will send up 2, 3, and 4 to face off against Gus Musial. Yakima Valley's right-hander gave up a couple of walks, but then got a double play turned behind him. 32nd twin killing for Yakima Valley. Now he'll face off against Trevor T here in the sixth. Pippins trying to win the series and win 2 of the 3 series this summer against Walla Walla. First pitch from Musial, outside, ball 1. The last out of the inning was made by Jackson Upton, so he took a few extra seconds getting the gear on. Musial didn't quite get as many warm-up pitches as he normally would. 1-0, sharply on the ground out towards Jay. On a couple of hops, the throw is made in time. 1 out here in the bottom of the sixth. Brings up Troy Osborne. Yakima Valley has a couple of bodies stirring down in their bullpen. You think if Musial can get you through 2, then you probably go Francisco Lopez for 1 inning, whether that's the 7th or the 8th. Probably think Wyatt Robinson for an inning, maybe 2 if he comes in before Cisco, and then potentially John Witt. But if it's not a save situation, you might try to avoid him. First pitch upstairs. Troy Osborne ahead in the count 1-0. Or you might bring in John anyway, just knowing that he's your closer and you want to be able to finish the game out. With this lead right now, not a save situation. 1-0, misses outside, 2 balls and no strikes. You'd love it for the Pippins to just continue to add on. Each time they come up to the plate, they had been so slow offensively. Even though they won Tuesday night, only 3 runs. They did get 10 hits. But then last night, no runs on 3 hits. Fly ball out towards right field. Miller drifting over to his right and in. Now he readjusts, he sees it, and it bounces in. Backing him up, Jay O'Neill. Tyson Miller having some trouble with the high sky, getting pretty dark. It's a 1-out single for now. I don't think that'll be ruled an error. But Tyson did have to readjust pretty aggressively. Troy Osborne is aboard. See what the official scoring is. It is a single. I think that's the right call. High sky, Tyson having to readjust at the last second. Double play opportunity now with 1 down. Here's Gaines Hassan. First pitch breaking ball right there for a strike. 0-1. Hassan today 2 for 3, but he's reached all 3 times. Single, fielder's choice, and a double. He has scored 1 run and driven in 1 run. Musial set at the belt. The 0-1, wave and a miss on a nasty slider down and away. 0-2. That fielder's choice for Hassan, the 3rd out of the inning, was made at second base. So he reached first, but had to go immediately back to the dugout. 0-2 from Musial. Wave and a miss. A nasty changeup at the top of the zone. Strike 3. 2 away quickly here in the 6th. And it'll be up to Gunnar Guile. Guile 1 for 3 today as well. He reached on a fielder's choice in the 1st inning. Flew out to right in the 3rd and singled. Moved up to second on a throw back in the 4th. His single brought home the most recent run for Walla Walla. That, at the time, made it 3-0. First pitch, fastball outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Nobody throwing yet for Yakima Valley, but there are some stretches going on. Looks like Wyatt Robinson. 1-0 pitch. Breaking ball, drops right in. 1-1. All Gunnar Guile could do was just kind of drop the bat. He was not ready for the off speed. You've got Osborne over at first. 1 ball and 1 strike. The pitch, backdoor, but didn't get the call. 2 balls and a strike. That was another good breaking ball from Musial. Kyle Sisk not giving that outside part of the plate right now. Musial setting at the letters. 2-1, high fastball, 3 balls and a strike. Austin Owens waits on deck. Looked for a second like he had hurt himself on a potential double play opportunity, turned into an error. But he is staying in the game. That's a good sign. 3-1, missed upstairs. Ball 4 issued to Gunnar Guile. He will draw his free pass. Here's Austin Owens, 1 for 3. Pippins with a 5-run lead. Jackson Upton's going to go out to the mound with Kyle Sisk. He might be trying to discuss pitch mix with Gus Musial. Usually you bring the umpire with so that you're not charged a official defensive timeout. When you're talking about pitch mix and all that strategy, that differs in the strategy from going out to have a defensive meeting to kind of calm a pitcher down. Neither umpire wrote anything down in their book, but they also didn't signal no visit. So I'm going to infer that that means no visit. Here's Austin Owens. Lead runner is at second base, Troy Osborne. First pitch, breaking ball, drops below the zone, 1-0. So what I mean by the difference in strategy, if you're going out and talking about what kind of pitches you want to throw to try to get the guy out, that's a strategy visit. If you're talking about what are the signs, because these two have probably never worked together, that's different. 1-0, fastball, caught the outer black. 1 ball and 1 strike. Scoreboard was really quick to make it 2-0. That's what they still have, but Kyle Sisk definitely shot the gun towards the Pippins first base dugout. So the count's even at 1-1. Breaking ball, bottom drops out, swing and a miss. 1-2 is the count. Football scoreboard out there. The balls, strikes, and outs is where you'd see the down distance and yard marker. Kyle Sisk says it's 1-2. Scoreboard still says 2-1. Gus Musial going to get the strikeout, and he will end the inning. A big breaking ball that was swung right over top of by Austin Owens, and 2 runners are left stranded for the Sweets. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 2 left on. We go to the 7th inning. It is 8-3 Yakima Valley.
Trash.
Top of the 7th inning here in Borleske Stadium, Walla Walla, Washington. Quade Gonzalez, the fourth, still out there working for the Sweets after throwing 3 pitches to get a strikeout in the 6th inning of Jackson Upton. It's Cole French and then the top of the order due up. First offering, a changeup call to strike on the inner black. It is 0-1 to French. Pippins lead it 8-3 as we're in the top half of the 7th. Late innings are upon us. It's going to be a pretty late night on the getaway day. 1-0, fastball yanked outside. It was definitely a called strike. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Man, Smoke must be getting to the scoreboard operator tonight, too. Smoke definitely got to me in the middle part of this game. Pitch downstairs. I believe the count 2-1, although the Pippins would love to take 3-0. Gonzalez working quick out of the windup. The pitch. That's a ball down, so it's 3-1. Or 3-2, rather. See, even now I'm confused. Thanks, scoreboard. Here's the pitch. Wave and a miss. That's strike 2. All right, now we're good. The count is full. So either I was wrong, the scoreboard was wrong, or we don't even know. Here's the payoff pitch from Gonzalez. Breaking ball, high and in. Ball 4 to Cole French. He'll draw a walk. Leadoff man aboard here in the 7th inning for Yakima Valley. The Pippins have gotten the leadoff man on in the last 4 innings. The last 2 innings, that has worked amazing. A 6 spot and a 2 spot. Let's see if that trend continues. First offering to Tyson Miller, high and tight, 1 ball and no strikes. Pippins would love to just keep building this lead. Last thing you want is to get into the late innings and put more stress on your high leverage arms with a close game. On the ground, this is a foul ball. Knowles fielded it on the wrong side of the bag. Pretty close. Maybe a foot or 2 from being a fair ball. Instead, we'll reset 1 ball and 1 strike. French on base for the 2nd time as a Pippin, still without a hit, but he has drawn 2 walks. 1-1, Tyson shooting this over on the left side, foul. It'll end up in a big grassy field over by the clubhouse area for Whitman College. The count 1-2, Tyson has walked 3 times and struck out today. Long pause for Gonzalez. Here's the 1-2. Breaking ball slipped out of his hand. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Quade Gonzalez, the fourth, looking to work more than an inning tonight. There's nobody throwing for Walla Walla. Here's the 2-2. Tyson watches one high and away. The count will run full. This is the 5th trip through the order for Yakima Valley. We're about 20 minutes from the 3-hour mark in the ballgame. Payoff. Tyson on the left side of the infield. Owens to a knee to second base for 1. The relay on to first is not in time. Miller legged out the second half of the double play. So French is retired, 6-4 out at second base, and Tyson reaches on a fielder's choice. Miller has blazing speed, so that certainly helped him in that scenario. Now here's Jay O'Neill, 1 for 3 with a couple runs scored, with a walk in the 6th. First pitch swinging and sending it similar to where Tyson's was, over on the left side into the grassy field. Tyson shuffle stepping, not going. 0-1 pitch, misses outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Poor scorekeeper has it in there right now as Miller grounding out to shortstop. That unfortunately is not how that happened, although it is an offer in the at-bat. So technically that stat doesn't change. 1-1 laced into center field. No, caught by Kelly. Jay got this one off the end of the bat, but I thought it was hard enough to reach the grass. Kelly lays out in his debut for the Sweets and records the second out. That's a pretty nifty play that if it wasn't Walla Walla, I'd be making a bigger deal out of it. So 2 away. Man at first is Tyson Miller. Here's Luis Garcia. Reached on an error in the 6th and scored. First pitch upstairs. 1 ball, no strikes. Garcia had an 11-game hitting streak snapped yesterday, going over 3. He's reached base tonight, but the on-base streak was also snapped. Oh, no, it wasn't. He walked. So the on-base streak's still intact. Here's a liner foul on the ground past Coach Crustangel over in the third base coaching box, 1-1. So Garcia continues to get on base for Yakima Valley, trying to restart a new hitting streak. Longest hitting streak he could get if he got a hit every day until the postseason started would be 13. Here's a check to first, and Tyson back standing. 1 ball and 1 strike with 2 outs. Big hole up the middle for Garcia. Although I don't even know if the middle is available anymore after the play made by Kelly. 1-1, Lewis takes upstairs, 2 balls and a strike. Gonzalez over 20 pitches now. Looks to be somebody down there working on the bands for Walla Walla. Wyatt Robinson is tossing in the Yakima Valley bullpen. We'll see if he comes in for the bottom of the 7th. 2-1, Garcia, a high fly ball out towards left center field. The ballpark will hold it. Hassan calls everybody off, and this mile-high pop-up drops into the glove of the left fielder for out number 3. Yakima Valley strands a runner. No runs, no hits, no errors. We go to the bottom of the 7th. It's stretch time here at Borleske Stadium. Pippins lead it 8-3. This is Pippins Baseball.
Time to be going out to fall with the ball. Last of the from Olympic College number 19, Wyatt Robinson. He's okay.
Stretch is come and gone. It's the bottom of the 7th inning here at Borleske Stadium. New pitcher into the game for the Yakima Valley Pippins, Wyatt Robinson, on to throw. 13 2/3 innings pitched in 12 games so far this summer for Yakima Valley. He's got 24 strikeouts and 13 walks. His last outing was on Tuesday against these Walla Walla Sweets, going 1 inning, striking out 1, no hits and no runs allowed. Robinson can go multiple innings. We'll see if he is allowed to do so. The Pippins have Francisco Lopez, John Witt down in the bullpen as well. Gus Musial goes 2 innings, giving up 1 hit, no runs, 3 walks, and 2 strikeouts on 33 pitches. Jackson Upton going to head out to the hill and chat with Wyatt Robinson on his pitch mix. It's 7, 8, and 9 due up for the Sweets here in the bottom of the 7th. And so the top of the order will come up to hit at least one more time. Pippins lead by 5. Logan Nakamura is 1 for 1 today, a single and 2 walks. Wyatt going to look to slam the door and hang a third consecutive 0 for the Pippins. The man from Olympic College, a native of Roy, Washington, the first offering. Upstairs, velocity elevated, it's ball 1. Wyatt has a very good fastball, and when he can control it, he is almost unhittable. You don't see his secondary stuff much. 1-0, again upstairs, not very far upstairs, the letters of Nakamura. 2 balls, no strikes. Robinson, here's the 2-0. There's a strike right at the knees. 2 balls and 1 strike. Crowd has thinned out here at Borleske Stadium. Last night's attendance, 724. I'd say still pretty good considering there was a Jelly Roll concert just across the street. 2-1. Wyatt misses upstairs, 3-1. The parking lots here at Borleske Stadium were also being used for the concert, and so people had to fight for parking if they were coming to the game. Of course, we had the smoke too, and all sorts of factors. 3 balls and 1 strike. Robinson misses outside. Upton held it there for a second, but it'll be the 3rd walk drawn tonight for Logan Nakamura. So the Sweets have the leadoff man on. That's happened in 2 of the last 3 innings. Keegan Kelly, 1 for 2 today. He also walked in the 5th. He was part of a double play turn by the Pippins infield. Kelly got a single in his first at-bat as a Walla Walla Sweet. First pitch from Robinson. This misses just a touch upstairs. 1 ball and no strikes. Kelly also had that laying out catch up the middle in the top half of this inning. Robbed J. O'Neill of a hit. 1-0. Hard fastball upstairs, 2 balls and no strikes. Francisco Lopez is doing some stretching down in Yakima Valley's bullpen. Ethan Salscheider is going to pop out of the dugout and have a chat with Robinson. Wyatt hasn't had the strike zone quite as in control as he wants to start this outing. Salsa going to go out and try to calm him down, get him around the zone. The last thing you want to do if you're Yakima Valley is walk guys into positions where then Walla Walla can get back into this game. All the momentum right now is with Yakima Valley. They've gotten 8 runs in the last 3 innings. Walla Walla been held scoreless over that stretch. Salsa departs, so does Jackson Upton. It'll be 2 balls and no strikes to Keegan Kelly when we resume play. We'll see if Robinson can make the adjustment here. He did against the Portland Pickles. He gave up free passes to load the bases and then struck out 2 of the next 3 and got a ground out to get out of the side scoreless. 2-0, hard fastball outside, 3 balls and no strikes. Cole Rogers waits on deck, then the top of the Walla Walla order. Standing at first, Logan Nakamura. 3-0, high and tight, ball 4. Back-to-back walks issued by Wyatt Robinson. Less than ideal start to the inning. Still has force plays everywhere but home. Cole Rogers digging into that right-hand batter's box for the 4th time. Infield fly, walk, and a ground out. Pippins would appreciate another one of those. Maybe even at Cole French. Try to get the lead runner. Robinson looks back towards second. Here's the first pitch to Rogers. Just missing inside. 1-0. Pippins dugout asking where it missed. Kyle Sisk relays the information on. Upton's been doing a pretty good job holding pitches, trying to gain some strikes. 1-0, this one at the knees. 1-1.
Not be able to make a dugout happy. That was still a ball.
Cole Rogers, that one walk in the third inning, he was left stranded, part of 3 base runners left stranded at the time. There have been base runners everywhere. There has not been a clean inning pitched tonight, and I don't think there will be. Look back towards second, the 1-1 from Wyatt, showing bunt and pulling a fastball glove side, 2-1. Cole Rogers trying to sacrifice himself to put 2 in scoring position with 1 out for the top of the order. You'd love to see Wyatt give him a chance to at least get that first out here. Peak to second. Here's the 2-1. The bunt shown and the pitch pulled glove side again. 3 balls and a strike. Pippins' bullpen starting to work fairly quickly. Left-hander up and warming. Hound Tanaka, Francisco Lopez also down there. John Witt pulling on some bands. 3-1. Third base is open. There's a strike on the outer black, and now it's 3-2. A strikeout here from Robinson would be a big tone setter after the 2 walks, especially with the top of the order coming up. Peyton Knowles is 1 for 4. A look back to second. Here's the payoff pitch from Wyatt. Breaking ball, chopped over on the right side. Jay has 1 play. It's to first, and the out is made. So it's not a bunt, but essentially works the same way. Cole Rogers is out 4-3. And moving up to second and third are Nakamura and Keegan Kelly. 2 men in scoring position for Peyton Knowles as now Wyatt Robinson will try to avoid giving up the runs. 5-run lead, you have a little bit of room to play with, but you don't want to give the momentum back to Walla Walla. Robinson looking in for the sign. Now he comes set at his belt. First pitch to Knowles, the lefty, right over the heart of the plate for strike 1. Sometimes all it takes for a relief pitcher is to get that first out. So let's see if that ground ball out to O'Neill gets Robinson going. Kamura at third, Kelly at second. The 0-1 pitch from Wyatt. Fly ball down the left field line, foul. This will land on the roof of the hitting facility and go out towards one of the parking lots. And it's quickly 0-2 to Peyton Knowles. Wyatt looking for that first strikeout tonight. He'd appreciate a ground ball as well, although that might score a run. 0-2 from Robinson. Shot foul. This is over behind us here at the press box towards one of the concession stands. Count stays the same. Trevor T waiting on deck. Couple of ground outs, a hit by pitch, and a walk for T. Wyatt coming set at the belt. Looking in. 0-2 pitch. Half swing. Did he go around? No. The pitch high and away. Henry DeJesus says there was not enough of a swing. He's in a pretty good spot to see it out in the C position. Left-handed bat up. DeJesus between second and third. Count 1-2, still favoring Robinson. Here comes the pitch on the way. That one he did go around. Strike 3 at the top shelf. 2 down here in the inning. Wyatt Robinson trying to hang a 0. Knowles just could not resist that upstairs fastball. Here's Trevor T with 2 in scoring position and 2 away. Any out, and we go to the 8th inning. Pippins still leading by 5. Robinson set. Here's the first pitch to Trevor T. Fastball hummed in there. Strike 1. Don't have the TrackMan in front of me, but if I had to guess, it was probably 91. Robinson seems to be getting a little more confident out there on the hill. 2 walks, a ground out, now a strikeout. 2 in scoring position, 2 away. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Just a touch upstairs. 1 ball and 1 strike. Yakima Valley in the 8th inning have 4, 5, and 6 due up, starting with Parker Bird. Decent chance to extend the lead even farther. 1 ball and 1 strike. The pitch from Robinson. He missed high and away. 2-1. Trevor T, 2 ground outs. Also a walk with a run scored and a hit by pitch. He was the 3rd out of the 2nd inning on a fielder's choice by Gaines Hassan. 2-1 the count. Robinson brings it home. This is flown foul over towards the football grandstands on the right side. 2-2. Pippins trying to hang a 3rd straight 0 defensively. 2 men are in scoring position for the Walla Walla Sweets. Logan Nakamura at 3rd. Keegan Kelly at 2nd. Wyatt Robinson. Ground out, strikeout, now in a 2-2 count with 2 away. Pippins lead by 5. Here's the pitch. Fouled straight back. Count remains 2-2. Trevor T putting up a good fight here in the 7th inning. Robinson locked in, a man on a mission. Glove below his belt. Now he brings it to the belt line. 2 balls and 2 strikes, 2 in scoring position, 2 out. Wyatt brings it home. Down and away, ball 3. First base is open. A walk doesn't hurt you immediately. Troy Osborne is waiting on deck. You'd love for Wyatt to just get the job done right here. 3 balls and 2 strikes with 2 out. 2 men in scoring position. Bottom of the 7th, here's the pitch. Half swing. Did he go? Yes, according to Henry DeJesus. Strike 3. Leo Rivera is steaming mad, barking towards the field umpire. Wyatt Robinson gets back-to-back strikeouts to end the bottom of the 7th inning. No runs on no hits, no errors, and 2 men left on base. Trevor T is also barking out towards the umpire. Leo Rivera in a heated conversation with Henry DeJesus. There's a warning issued to Trevor T. Kyle Sisk pointing his finger towards the Walla Walla 3rd baseman. The Sweets taking the field defensively. They still trail by 5. No ejections yet, but we're getting pretty tense here in Walla Walla. 2 innings left to play. It's 8-3 Yakima Valley. We'll be right back.
First presentation today.
3 hours into the ball game here at Borleske Stadium. It's the top of the 8th inning. The Pippins lead at 8-3. 9:35 p.m. here in Walla Walla, Washington. New pitcher into the game for the Sweets, Trey Morse from Gonzaga University, Mountain Home, Idaho. 3rd appearance on the season for Walla Walla. He started 1 game, 7 innings, 9 strikeouts to 3 walks, 5 hits, 1 earned run for a 1.29 ERA. His last outing was on the 6th of June. 4 innings, 5 hits, 2 runs, 1 earned on 2 walks and 5 strikeouts against the Bend Elks. So Morse has not seen the field for quite a while for Walla Walla. He did pitch against Yakima Valley on opening night, going 3 innings, giving up 1 run on no hits. Parker Burt leads it off here in the 8th inning, and he takes a first pitch for a strike from Trey Morse. Quade Gonzalez, the 4th, goes 1 1/3 innings, no hits, no runs, 1 walk and 1 strikeout on 23 pitches. The 0-1, hard fastball inside to 1 ball and 1 strike. Morse, the 5th man used out of the bullpen for Leo Rivera, who I am a little surprised is still in this game. Parker flies one into shallow right field. Kelly doesn't know where it is in the night sky, but he'll find it and he will put it away for out number 1. Kyle Sisk with some words out towards the crowd here. That's a little uncharacteristic.
Right.
Here's Malachi Emery Henderson. 2 walks, a strikeout, and a ground out. Out of the windup, here comes Morse. Malachi waves and foul tips this one into the mid 0-1. Morse being tasked with hanging some zeros. The last score in this game came in the top of the 6th inning. The Pippins bladed 2 to extend their lead to 8-3. 0-1, wave and a miss. Good changeup by Morse. And it's 0-2. Malachi trying to snap an 0 for day, although he's been on base twice. He actually has an RBI. Bases loaded walk in the 5th. 0-2 pitch from Morse, who starts square, then spins around. Wave and a miss, chasing outside. Emery Henderson down on strikes. Pretty quickly, 2 away. Levi Sotomayor, who is 2 for 2 today with a couple of walks and a couple of RBI. Hitting with 2 outs here. Morse with his feet parallel to the rubber, then turns, or I should say perpendicular to the rubber, then turns parallel. First pitch high and tight, 1-0. He stands with both toes facing towards home plate and then spins around kind of old-fashioned. Starts with his feet standing together and then brings his front leg around and gets momentum that way. 1-0 outside. 2 balls and no strikes. Pippins trying to extend their lead. They lead by 5. 2-0. This misses down and away. 3 balls and no strikes. Trying to see who's down in the Pippins bullpen. Hound Tanaka was warming. John Witt had some bands. Francisco Lopez also had a ball at one point. 3-0. High and away to Sotomayor. He will draw his 3rd walk of the evening. 2-out base runner for Yakima Valley. Here's Brandon Stone. He's 0 for 3 today with an RBI walk. This game changed hands in the 5th inning when the Pippins scored 6. They scored 2 more in the 6th, and it's now 8-3. First pitch to Stone. Called strike right at the knees by Kyle Sisk. Trey Morse going out of the stretch for the first time. Morse's fastball has quite a bit of life on it. Again, I don't have the TrackMan, but I have to say it's around 90. Stone out towards right field. Rogers settling under it, coming in a few steps, and he makes the grab to retire this side. Yakima Valley strands a base runner. No runs on no hits, no errors. 1 man left. Bottom of the 8th. The Sweets running out of chances to try to get back into this game. Pippins lead it by 5. We head to the bottom of the 8th. Bottom of the 8th inning here at Borleske Stadium. Let's see the scores from around the West Coast League as Troy Osborne strolls up to the dish. A lot of games have gone final here in the WCL. In Wenatchee, the Apple Sox lead it, or actually win 4-1 over the Port Angeles Lefties. It's the bottom of the 9th inning in Nanaimo. The Night Owls trail 18-7. Down in Corvallis, 20 runs put up for the Knights, 20-2. That's after Ben took game 1 pretty handily. Top of the 8th inning there. Bottom of the 8th in Ridgefield, 14-6. Raptors over the Berries. Top of the 6th inning in Portland, game 2 of a 7 innings for each game, doubleheader. 10-5, the Drifters lead it. Pippins would love the Drifters to come out on top, especially knowing that they have a chance to win the season series in the midweek. And Portland losing would help Yakima Valley get closer to the wild card. Wyatt Robinson still out there pitching for Yakima Valley. First pitch down and away, 1 ball and no strikes to Troy Osborne. A lot of offense around the West Coast League tonight. 20 spot put up for Corvallis, 14 for Ridgefield, 10 for Springfield, 18 for Victoria. 1-0. Wyatt misses upstairs, 2 balls and no strikes. John Witt is tossing with Hound Tanaka. One of those two will probably come in for the 9th inning, if not sooner, depending on how Robinson does here in the 8th. 2-0 to Osborne. Fastball outside, 3 balls and no strikes. Wyatt got off to a slow start in the 7th inning, walking the first 2 batters he saw, and then a ground out and 2 strikeouts. Got him out of that side. 3 balls, no strikes. Wyatt needs one here, and he will get it right on the inner black. 3-1. Crowd continues to thin out here at Borleske Stadium. I'm glad the air quality stayed low enough to play. I don't know what we would have done if we'd had to suspend the game, except wait. 3-1 from Wyatt. This is downstairs, ball 4. So a 5-pitch walk leads off this 8th inning. Osborne will shed the gear. Here comes Gaines Hassan. This is the meat of the Walla Walla order. The last thing you want to do is give them a chance to come back into this game. There have been base runners in every inning. There has not been a clean frame tossed. Left on bases, left and right. First pitch to Hassan, all the way to the backstop. This ricochets pretty hard. Osborne will make it to second, though, without a throw. 1-0 the count. Wild pitch moves up Troy Osborne. He is standing on second now. Hassan, 2 for 4 today. Double, single, fielder's choice, strikeout. 1 ball and no strikes, man at second. Here's a strike right at the letters 1-1.
The strike, Jody.
You got Gunnar Guile, you've got Austin Owens due up after Hassan. There have been a lot of walks tonight by both sides. 1-1. This caught the knees. 1-2. Gaines Hassan having a quick conversation with Kyle Sisk, trying to find where that strike zone is here in the 8th. Robinson looking for a 3rd strikeout tonight. Coming set at the belt, man at second, nobody down. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Left upstairs, 2 balls and 2 strikes. More breeze going from right to left here at the ballpark. Feels pretty good after a warm day. Robinson's 2-2 pitch. Shot the other way. This is going to get down into right field for a fair ball into the Pippins bullpen. Scoring will be Troy Osborne. On his way to second with a stand-up double is Gaines Hassan. And the Sweets cut the Pippins lead in half. It's now 8-4. Robinson taking his time around the hill, asking for the baseball. No move made yet by Coach Crustangel and company. 4-run lead. You've got John Witt still tossing down there. Gunnar Guile is 1 for 3 today.
Hey, Jody, that's a fair.
First pitch upstairs. 1 ball, no strikes. There's some activity happening in front of us, right near the crowd mic. We'll monitor that. Hopefully we don't get an FCC violation. 1-0. That's missed upstairs. 2 balls and no strikes. Robinson about to throw his 40th pitch. Might be nearing the end of his line. Robinson looking back towards second, where Gaines Hassan stands after an RBI double. 2-0. This misses off the plate, and the count runs to 3-0. Likely will be John Witt coming in. Hound Tanaka is actually serving as the bullpen catcher right now for Witt. 3-0. There's a strike, 3-1. You'd love it if Wyatt could get at least 1 out for John and make the appearance a little bit easier, only needing 5 outs versus 6. 3 balls and 1 strike. Here's the pitch. This is downstairs, ball 4, and Wyatt loses another batter. Coach Crustangel peering down towards the bullpen. As now John Witt will be caught by Diego Davis. Here's Austin Owens, 1 for 4 today. Runners are at first and second. Gaines Hassan is at second. Gunnar Guile is at first. 4 walks on the night for Robinson, a couple of strikeouts as well. Big moment in this game. 4-run contest. First pitch fastball way outside. The throw's going to go down to second, and it's kept on the infield by Brandon Stone. That was a risky play. Upton nearly airmailed his shortstop. But he's able to keep the lead man honest. 1 ball and no strikes. Coach Crustangel asking how many defensive visits he has, and now he's going to send Ethan Salscheider out to the hill. He got his answer from Kyle Sisk. He asked if there was 1 left. Kyle Sisk said yes. And so the Pippins are going to bring out their pitching coach, Ethan Salscheider, to try to buy John Witt a few more seconds to warm up. This might be one of those where as soon as Salsa makes his way back into the dugout, Krusty might head out. We've seen that a couple of times. We actually saw that earlier tonight with Tristan Pulliam giving Oliver Wilde a chance to warm up. So Salsa heads back to the dugout. Jackson Upton and Kyle Sisk making their way back to the plate. Salsa safely back into the dugout, and no move made yet by Krusty. Nobody out, men at first and second. Looking to get an out here from Austin Owens at least before you bring in John Witt. A look back towards second. The 1-0 from Wyatt. This misses up. 2 balls and no strikes. The potential tying run is in the on-deck circle. You don't really want to have him hitting with nobody out and the bases loaded. 2-0. There's a strike on the outer black. 2-1. See if that refocuses Robinson. He seems to start innings slow, but once he gets settled in and finds that rhythm, he is near untouchable. 2-1 from Wyatt. Shot over to first, bad hop off the grass and into right field. 1 run's going to come home to score. Chugging into third is Gunnar Guile. Trying for second, here is Owens. He will be safe. Hustle double for Austin Owens, and it's a 3-run contest. Still nobody out, and that might be the end of the line for Wyatt Robinson. Krusty not out of the dugout just yet. It would have been at least 1 out because Sotomayor had a beat on it, but then it took a weird hop off of the grass, and Wyatt's still out there. This is a little interesting. Coach Crusty not going out to the hill yet to make the pitching change. Either John Witt's not warm or something else is up as the first pitch from Wyatt misses upstairs 1-0. Crusty told me about a week ago he's going to start playing more postseason style baseball with quicker hooks. And this has been a really long hook. Now after ball one, Coach Crustangel is going to make the pitching change. John Witt will inherit a 1-0 count with 2 men in scoring position, nobody out, and the tying run at the plate. Wyatt Robinson about to hand the ball over to Coach Crustangel. He will exit, and it'll be on to John Witt to try to get a 6-out save. 8-5, the Pippins still lead it. We're in the bottom of the 8th here in Borleske Stadium. Don't go anywhere. Thrilling conclusion on the way.
From prospect number 11, John Witt.
Bottom of the 8th inning here at Borleske Stadium. John Witt has finished his warm-up tosses. The senior from Arkansas Tech, 4.58 ERA on the summer, 17 games. He has 8 saves in league play. 17 walks, 17 strikeouts, 8 walks. That wouldn't make much sense if he had all those saves. 4.58 ERA, only 10 earned runs allowed though. Second and third, nobody out. The tying run is in the batter's box, Logan Nakamura. First pitch, John issues a strike on the outer black. 1-1. He inherited a 1-0 count from Wyatt Robinson, who goes an inning plus, giving up a couple of hits. So far, a couple of runs. Still a 3-run lead for Yakima Valley. They have the top of the 9th to try to re-extend. 1-1. John skips one in. Good block by Upton. 2 balls and a strike. One might be questioning, well, why did Robinson stay in for so long? But when you've got the potential like he has, if you can find yourself back in the zone, he can get 3 outs pretty quick. Unfortunately for Yakima Valley, he did not have that in the 8th inning tonight like he did in the 7th. 2-1 from Witt. There's a strike on the outer part of the plate. The count now 2-2. John, if he's going to get the save tonight, has to get 6 outs. Starting here with Logan Nakamura, 7, 8, and 9 due up, barring any double plays. Witt peering in. Now here's the 2-2. Missed outside. The count will run full. First base is open. The go-ahead run is in the on-deck circle. John, when he recorded the save on Tuesday, did give up a run. It was a longer inning, so hopefully he can breeze through these Sweets here tonight. Payoff pitch from Witt, fouled away by Nakamura. Pippins do have quite a few bodies still down in that bullpen. Guys like Francisco Lopez, you might see in this game later if John Witt cannot get all 6 outs. 3 balls and 2 strikes. This is only pitch number 6 from Witt. He will miss ball 4. And that's tough because had he inherited a fresh count, that would have only been ball 3, but it loads the bases. Nakamura walks for the 4th time tonight. And now things get really fun. Bases loaded, nobody out. The middle infield going to play back. The corners can cut a run down at home if they want. Keegan Kelly, 2 walks, a single, and a ground out for Walla Walla. Bottom of the 8th, the Pippins lead by 3. Witt facing the first batter he has fresh. Wave and a miss on a changeup. 0-1. John leading the West Coast League. It's either 8 or 9. There are a couple of different sources. The league stats, I believe, had him at 8. But I will verify. 0-1. There's a slider right at the knees. 0-2. West Coast League stats page. Only have one player. It's Max Biddle from Kelowna. That's interesting. 0-2, called strike 3. Right on the outer black. 1 down here in the bottom of the 8th. That's a big first out because now a double play will end the inning. Now Leo Rivera barking towards home plate. Coach Rivera, as the umpires come together, you remember at the end of the 7th inning, there was a check swing that was ruled a strike by the field umpire, Henry DeJesus. Kyle Sisk and Henry DeJesus hearing it from Leo Rivera right now. I don't know if Coach Rivera has been warned yet. I believe Trevor T has been warned tonight. Kyle Sisk is writing something down, so maybe he did just give an official warning to Leo Rivera. 1 down. Keegan Kelly sitting down. Now a big pinch hitter coming in here for Walla Walla, Sam Kane. Kane had the night off. That might have been what else Kyle Sisk was writing down, was the substitution. Don't want to jump to conclusions. Cole Rogers ends his night 0 for 3 with a walk. And Sam Kane, one of the top players for Walla Walla, one of the top power hitters as well, standing in here with 1 out. First pitch sent foul out towards the backstop. It's 0-1. Here we go. John Witt listed with 8 saves. I think it's 9. I think the stats page has him wrong somewhere. Either way, he leads the league in saves. He has 2 more than the next best. 0-1. John misses down and away. 1 ball and 1 strike. I'm talking a lot about the save, but this is only the 8th inning. If this score holds, we still have to pitch the 9th. Just past 10 o'clock here in Walla Walla, Washington. It's a late night on getaway day. Kind of the exact opposite that you hope for on the last day of a series, but it's a 3-run game. It's exciting. The 1-1. John misses high and tight. 2 balls and a strike. Michael Klein down in Springfield has 6 saves. John up at the top with 8. 2 balls and 1 strike, bases loaded. Here's the pitch to Kane. This is downstairs. The count is 3-1. There's nowhere to put Kane. You don't want to leave anything over the heart of the plate for Kane because then you might find yourself in a different ball game, but you also can't miss by too much. Top of the order looming on deck for Walla Walla, Peyton Knowles. Pippins lead by 3. The count 3-1 here to the pinch hitter Kane. Here's the pitch. It misses ball 4, and it's a 2-run game. John unable to get that strike. Gunnar Guile will score, and the score now is 8-6. Bases still loaded. We're going to have a pinch runner out at second base for Logan Nakamura. Looks like Cade Wynn will be in for Nakamura. Back to the top of the order, Peyton Knowles, 1 for 5 today. Only 1 out. Pippins are going to need to re-extend the lead when they get to the 9th. The momentum is slowly shifting back to Walla Walla. Knowles takes a first pitch strike at the knees. It's 0-1. John looking for just a couple of outs. And then the sticks will need to get hot for Yakima Valley. It's 8, 9, and 1 due up in the 9th. That's the crazy thing. We still have to play the 9th. 0-1 misses high and away. 1 ball and 1 strike. With the pitch count for John rising every time he throws, he gets more and more to a dangerous spot where he might not be available long-term this weekend. Of course, right now, you're worrying about winning tonight. Every win is precious in this hunt for the playoffs. 1-1, downstairs, 2 balls and 1 strike. Colin Tanaka has grabbed a baseball for Yakima Valley. The Pippins might try to change speeds if John Witt can't find the strike zone. Pippins leaning on their closer here in the 8th inning. He got 1 out, needs 2 more. Bases loaded, 2-run game. He misses outside, ball 3. A walk makes it a 1-run game and brings up Trevor T. Peyton Knowles, 1 for 5 today with a strikeout in the 7th inning, doubled back in the 2nd. John ready to go, bases loaded. Here's the 3-1 pitch. It is served foul down the left field line, out of play. Pippins are a double play away from getting out of this, only giving up these runs, the 3. You don't want to rely on that, but you are aware of it. 3 balls and 2 strikes, nowhere to put Peyton Knowles. 1 out, 2-run game. Here's the pitch. It is flown out towards left, foul territory, but it will get out of play. This one bounces into the indoor hitting facility. And so we'll do it again with a full count. This is the kind of baseball you want to be playing, other than the fact that you've given up 3 runs in the inning. Close games that mean something. Walla Walla in first place in the South. Pippins currently in 5th on the outside looking in, trying to get into the hunt. The 3-2 pitch. This is outside, ball 4, and it's a 1-run game. RBI walk for Peyton Knowles. Pippins, I believe, are out of defensive visits, so the next time anybody heads out to the hill, it has to be for a pitching change. This inning has kind of snowballed on Yakima Valley like the 5th inning snowballed on Walla Walla. Slimmest of margins, 1-run ball game. 8-7, the Pippins lead it. Trevor T, the 9th man to hit here in the 8th inning. Witt has the pitch he wants. Here it comes. It is down for ball 1. Every pitch crucial, and now Upton going to head out to the hill. So the Pippins must have had a visit left, because Jackson Upton going to go out onto the pitcher's mound and try to calm down John Witt. The count 1-0. They're looking for 2 outs to escape this inning with the lead. And then go back up to bat and try to re-extend when we get to the 9th. The crowd that has stuck around for Walla Walla, hoping that the Sweets can walk off the Pippins or take the lead here in the 8th for the second time in about 2 weeks. Remember the middle game of the last time the Pippins were here, the Sweets walked it off in the 10th inning and then went and jumped in the swimming pool as if they'd won the World Series. 1 ball, no strikes. Here's the pitch. It is on the inner black for a strike, 1-1. Trevor T. on the day, a walk, a hit by pitch, 2 ground outs, and a strikeout. Witt ready with the 1-1, 1 out, bases full of Sweets. Here's the pitch. Down and in, 2 balls and a strike. Every pitch missing by just a few inches, maybe even less. Witt with the glove set at the neck, the 2-1 pitch. This is downstairs and a dangerous scenario here as a walk would tie the game. Oliver Wilday was in line for the decision. Same thing with Blake Moore for the Walla Walla Sweets. We're 1 pitch away from having that all change. Bases loaded, 3 balls and 1 strike to count. Walla Walla, here comes the pitch from John. It's a bouncer, foul. Past third base. The count runs to 3-2. Same scenario, but this time John is a strike away from getting the second out of the inning. Hound Tanaka continues to toss for Yakima Valley in case his services are needed. 3 balls and 2 strikes, 1 away. Here's the payoff. It's flown out towards left center field. The outfield is playing in. This ball will bounce off the wall. 1 run scores. Here comes Kane. Following him closely, Knowles. The Sweets have the lead on a bases clearing double by Trevor T. 10-8 the score. And Walla Walla has turned this game back into their favor in the blink of an eye. It's been a game of runs tonight. The Sweets scored 3 pretty early on. Yakima Valley scored 8 in the middle. And now Walla Walla with a big frame here in the 8th to take the lead. And John Witt's night will be done as he blows his 3rd save of the summer. New pitcher coming in for Yakima Valley. We'll get you the information when we come back. 10-8, Walla Walla leads it here in the bottom of the 8th. This is Pippins Baseball.
Well, we're going to go around the balance things. Okay.
bottom of the 8th inning here at Borleske Stadium, and Yakima Valley trails now 10-8. It was a bases clearing double by Trevor T. That makes it now 10-8 the score in favor of the Sweets. They've scored 7 runs in the inning. Trevor T is standing on second, and the only man that's gotten out in this inning is Keegan Kelly. John Witt ends his night with a third of an inning, 1 hit, 3 walks, and a strikeout. A blown save right now, and is also in line for the loss if the Pippins cannot tie or take the lead. Troy Osborne, the 10th man to hit here in the inning for Walla Walla. 27 pitches for Witt. Hound Tanaka stepping off and using a disengagement. And now Jackson Upton, I think, wasn't relaying the signals the way Hound wanted them. Numbers on Tanaka, 1-0 on the season. 11 games, 13 innings, 14 strikeouts, 17 walks. A 9 ERA, and folks batting .264 against Tanaka. He last worked on the 17th of July against the Portland Pickles, going a third of an inning, giving up a hit and a walk. Tanaka from Yakima Valley College. A huge number put up here in the 8th inning. Only 1 out on the scoreboard, and the Sweets not done. They have Trevor T out in scoring position. He's going to take off. The pitch is a strike. The throw down to third gets past Cole French, and charging to the plate and scoring is Trevor T. 11-8 the score now. It's a stolen base and then likely an E2 that will bring home Trevor T. Now Coach Crustangel having a quick chat with Kyle Sisk. Jackson Upton thinks that he was interfered with. There was no call of interference. And now Kyle Sisk going to ask Henry DeJesus for help. We'll see what the umpires get together and decide. T was leaning all the way. He knew he wanted to take third, and then he ended up scoring. I don't see any way that this could get overturned if there wasn't any interference called on the play. Coach Crustangel fighting for his guys, trying to give him a chance. So now there's going to be both umpires heading out towards Leo Rivera to have a quick chat. Now it's just Henry DeJesus. Are they going to put somebody back on? Leo Rivera getting the relayed information from Henry DeJesus. Kyle Sisk brushes off the plate. DeJesus still explaining something to Leo Rivera. Sweets have the lead. Well, the 11 was just taken off the scoreboard for Walla Walla. Now they're pointing towards the plate, trying to figure out if there is interference, who is out? Is it the batter or is it the runner? Henry DeJesus furiously explaining what happened. They're going to put the runner back on second. And does this mean Troy Osborne is out? Well, so far, nobody has been called out. Everybody's still in their spots. If it's interference, somebody has to be out. This crew putting Trevor T back out at second. Maybe it wasn't interference. Maybe it was something else. That is odd. That just baffles me. So it's 0-1. The man is still at second, Trevor T. Still standing in is Troy Osborne. 0-1, fouled away. The count now is 0-2. That confuses me. It's almost as if the stolen base and the error didn't happen. So it is still a 2-run game. Delete everything that I just said, except for the fact that strike one was thrown to Troy Osborne. Now he's down in an 0-2 hole. Surprised to see T hasn't taken off for third again. Breaking ball outside, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Crowd thinned out even more. once the Sweets took the lead, they're feeling pretty confident that they won't give it up in the top of the ninth. 1-2, fastball outside, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Pippins are back home tomorrow, starting the last homestand of the summer against the Corvallis Knights and the Springfield Drifters. Corvo's in town tomorrow night, 6:35 p.m. first pitch. Pippinstickets.com. Join us at the Orchard for the final 6 games. 2-2, breaking ball, called strike 3. Troy Osborne down looking on a very slow slider, and there are 2 away here in the bottom of the 8th. Gaines Hassan will hopefully be the last Walla Walla Sweet that the Pippins will face here in the contest. Hassan today, 2 doubles and a single. He's 3 for 5. First offering from Tanaka, the lefty, is served out towards right field. Miller running a long way. This will drop. Turning and scoring will be Trevor T. On his way to second is Hassan. He's got a 3rd double. His 2nd RBI double of this inning. T eventually does score, and now it's 11-8 Walla Walla. Gunnar Guile now will hit. He is the 12th Walla Walla Sweet to swing the stick here in the 8th inning. First offering from Tanaka, in tight to Gunnar Guile. 1 ball and no strikes. Man, we're dangerously close to having a 4-hour ball game tonight. We started at 6:35 p.m. It is 10:20. Pippins still have a 2-hour bus ride home and then a game to play tomorrow. 1-0 outside, 2 balls and no strikes. That's usually how it goes, right? The getaway day is always the longest one. This comes on the heels of Tuesday night when we had a 2-hour and 31-minute game. A 3-2 final score between the Pippins and the Sweets. And then last night was 2 hours and 43 minutes. 2-0, misses inside. 3 balls and no strikes. The game not out of reach, but all the momentum is in Walla Walla's favor. Jackson Upton, Cole French, Tyson Miller due up when we get to the 9th. 3-0 pitch from Tanaka. He got a strike. 3-1. Gunnar Guile 1 for 3 today with a couple of walks. Still a few fans in close proximity, giving Kyle Sisk a hard time tonight. 3-1. That misses down and in, ball 4. Second walk of the 8th inning drawn by Gunnar Guile. Now we go to Austin Owens. 13 batters will swing the stick here in the 8th inning. Nobody warming for Yakima Valley. This is Hound Tanaka's 3rd out to get. Well, if you're paid hourly tonight by the Walla Walla Sweets staff, congratulations. We've given you an extra hour of pay tonight. This ball game has been a marathon. First pitch a strike from Hound Tanaka, 0-1 to Owens. Pippins have not had a game that went 4 hours yet, but depending on how long the top half of the 9th and then hopefully the bottom of the 9th goes, if Yakima Valley can rally, we'll definitely get there. 0-1 outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. 7, now 8 runs have crossed the plate in this 8th inning for Walla Walla. This is the 13th hitter to face Pippins pitching. Tanaka brings home the 1-1. It is outside, ball 2. Wyatt Robinson started the 8th. Walk, double. He exited. John Witt came into the game. Walk, strikeout. Walk, double. Hound Tanaka in now. Strikeout, double, walk.
Down.
2-1 from Hound. Breaking ball skips in. 3 balls and a strike. You're in dangerous territory of that mode where it's almost just throw strikes. much easier said than done in this great game we call baseball. 3-1 pitch. Strike at the knees, and that keeps the at-bat alive. It'll be a payoff pitch upcoming with 2 outs. Gaines Hassan is at second. Gunnar Geil is at first. Both of them will get a generous head start towards their next destination. 11-8 Walla Walla leads, an 8 spot put up here in the 8th. Payoff pitch on the way from Tanaka is flown out towards center field. Very shallow. Garcia coming on. Jay going back. Jay lays out. The ball drops. 1 run scores. Here comes a second. The play at the plate. The ball bounces high. And moving up to second on the throw is Austin Owens with a 2 RBI single. And now you are in that mode of, oh no. This game, all of a sudden, pretty out of reach for Yakima Valley's offense, as we're going to get a pinch hitter here for the second at-bat in the 8th for the designated hitter. Cade Wynn came in and ran for Logan Nakamura, and now Gage Reeser will get an at-bat. Reeser had the day off today. Yesterday went 2 for 4 with a home run and a double. He had 3 RBI. Man at second, 13-8 the score. First pitch breaking ball outside, 1-0. Reeser and Tanaka, teammates for a year at Yakima Valley College. Reeser will be headed to Washington State. Tanaka back to YVC. 1-0. Gage pops this one over towards the football bleachers and out of play, 1-1. It's ironic that we had 2 somewhat quick games. If you pay attention to the West Coast League, you know that the Ridgefield Raptors unloaded on the Bend Elks on Sunday, winning 31-0. I don't know the official game time of that contest, but we've got to be nearing that, even though we don't have quite the run output. Wave and a miss by Reeser. It's 1-2, and it was this umpiring crew, Kyle Sisk and Henry DeJesus, who were working that game. So the irony there is it was a quick game on Tuesday, and now we're back to a pretty lengthy game. This umpiring crew, bad luck, apparently, if you want a quick contest in the 3rd game. 1-2, this plunks Reeser in the backside. First and second, 2 outs. Pippins looking down towards the bullpen saying, maybe we need to get somebody else up. It's kind of a helpless feeling out there. It's 10:25 p.m. Now, even if we don't go to the bottom of the 9th, there's a chance this game will make it to 4 hours. First pitch outside. 1 ball and no strikes. There have been some bright spots tonight. Levi Sotomayor has been on base all 5 times with a couple of singles and 2 RBI. We've also got Tyson Miller, who's been on 4 times. 1-0, breaking ball down and in to Keegan Kelly. He was the first out of the inning. Maybe he'll be the last. This is the 15th batter here in the bottom of the 8th inning, which has taken quite a while. 3 balls and no strikes after Tanaka misses outside. Pippins came into this inning leading 8-3. 10 runs have been scored by Walla Walla. The 3-0 pitch from Tanaka. This is a pretty generous strike by Kyle Sisk to get into the count 3-1. It was on the inner black. Tanaka coming set at the belt. 2 men on. The 3-1 is nowhere close, ball 4. Tanaka's been missing arm side quite a bit, the left-handed hurler. Second at-bat of the inning for Sam Kane. I know the game's gotten out of hand, but the official score didn't sub in Gage Reeser. Pay attention. First pitch, a strike to Sam Kane. Still says Cade Wynn was hit by a pitch. Now it says Cade Wynn advanced to second. Little things. Little things. Bases loaded for Walla Walla. Shot out of play. It's 0-2. Kane might be expanding his strike zone, trying to get back on defense. 3 outs is all Walla Walla needs. They lead at 13-8. This certainly has been an inning from the netherworld. The 0-2. This skips away from Upton. This will bring home a run. Reeser slams on the brakes over at third. It's now 14-8. Austin Owens was the man that scored on the wild pitch. Sam Kane in a 1-2 count. 11 runs on the board for Walla Walla here in the 8th. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Fouled away at the plate. Count remains. Well, by now, the rest of the West Coast League is all but final. Springfield takes down Portland 10-6. Ridgefield takes down Marion 14-6. Corvallis beats Bend 20-2. The only game still going is ours. 1-2 pitch to Kane. Outside, ball 2. We might get to 4 hours before we get out of this inning, the rate we're going. 10:30 p.m. here in Walla Walla, Washington, the town that they tell me is so nice that they named it twice. 2-2, sawed off the end of the bat out towards first. Sotomayor picks it up, sends to Hound. The ball is away, and both runners that were on will score. Scored an E3. Reeser comes home to score. So does Keegan Kelly. Walla Walla is such a hard team to beat here at home. They are 18-5 at Borleske Stadium. They send the top of the order back up for the second time, Peyton Knowles. This is trip number 7 through the lineup. This is hitter number 17. I've seen a lot of baseball, but I have not seen this. Lefty-lefty matchup here with Peyton Knowles. And the first pitch hits him. Hound Tanaka can't seem to throw strikes right now, and the Pippins, despite what they want, they might have to bring in another pitcher here in the 8th. This is now the 18th man to hit in this 8th inning. Coach Crustangel on his way out to the hill. I got nothing else to say, Pippins fans. Hound Tanaka is done. We have a new arm coming in when we get back. It's 16-8 Walla Walla as we wait for the 18th man in the inning to hit.
I'm not like really
31.
Welcome back to Borleske Stadium. Apologies up in the booth. Austin Murphy on to pitch. First pitch fouled into the Walla Walla dugout. It's 0-1. I had a baseball in my hand, and in searching for the ball once I dropped it, I kind of pounded the table a little bit. On the ground over towards third. French up with it. He relays to second. The inning will come to an end. Austin Murphy gets the final out here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Walla Walla scores 13 in the frame. They lead at 16-8. The Pippins have 8, 9, and 1 due up when we get back. Rudy Larson comes into the game for the Walla Walla Sweets. Sam Kane stays in the game and plays right field for Walla Walla. There's also a new catcher into the game. Jalen Kennedy is doing the catching for Troy Osborne. The Pippins have Upton, French, and Tyson Miller due up here in the 9th inning. Walla Walla scoring 13 runs in their half of the 8th. I'm still tabulating the number of walks, hits, and strikeouts as the first pitch is a strike to Jackson Upton. Trey Morris is in line for the win. John Witt is in line for the loss. He also has a blown save on his record. 0-1 downstairs, 1 ball and 1 strike. Rudy Larson pitched the last time against Yakima Valley. Went an inning, I think. Line drive back up the middle and down for a hit for Jackson Upton. He's not going to let this 8-run lead bother him. He has 2 hits today. Leadoff man aboard here in the top of the 9th. 16-8 the score. Cole French looking for his first hit as a Yakima Valley Pippin. French has come close, had a ground out in the 3rd inning today. Drew a walk in the 2nd inning yesterday. He's walked twice for Yakima Valley. First pitch, upstairs, ball 1. To those of you listening not in the Pacific time zone, I know my family tuning in. It's 10:37 here. We started at 6:35. Glad you're staying up well past midnight. 1-0. French takes a pitch upstairs. 2 balls, no strikes. This game, as of right now, 4 hours and 3 minutes. It's a long one. 2-0. French, a strike right at the knees. 2 balls and a strike. Scorekeeper's nightmare, by the way. If you're trying to keep a book along with us, it has been quite interesting. 2-1, that one at the knees. 2-2. Kyle Sisk probably just trying to head on to his next destination. The official tabulation in that 8th inning upcoming. We've got another pitch here by Larson before that. 2-2. Here it comes. Tapper out towards third. Double play opportunity. There's one. T onto Kelly. Kelly onto Knowles. And double play. 5-4-3, and the Pippins are down to their final outs. I'm playing who can have a longer game between me and my dad, who works for the North Platte 80s and the Pecos League. He said their game was 4 hours and 10 minutes and finished with a final score of 28-9. Well, the score is not quite as bad, but the game time is just about the same. Last chance for Yakima Valley, Tyson Miller. First pitch upstairs. 1 ball and no strikes. So the official ruling there in the bottom of the 8th, 13 runs on 6 hits. 1 error for Yakima Valley. And there were 2 men left on. There's a pitch up and away. 2 balls and no strikes. Larson sends one in tight to Tyson Miller. It's 3 balls and no strikes. The inning finally ended on a fielder's choice. Knowles out at second, third base to second base. 3-0. Tyson taking a strike at the letters. It's 3-1. Larson with the glove in his face. 3 balls and 1 strike. Here's the pitch. Tyson takes ball 4. That's the 4th walk drawn today by the Pippins leadoff man. He's been on base a ton. He's been on base 5 of his 6 trips. And so the game continues for Jay O'Neill. Here's my chance to beat my dad if we can put a little rally together. Pippins trying to gain some momentum going into tomorrow's game against Corvallis Knights, who Corvallis put up 20 runs tonight. That's going to be a tough series. Jay fouling this out of play over on the left side. 0-1. Nothing's impossible in the game of baseball, but an 8-run deficit down to your final out, certainly one of the hardest things to overcome. Larson out of the stretch, the 0-1. This gets to the backstop. Tyson is going to make his way to second. 1 ball and 1 strike after the wild pitch. The bullpen is empty for Walla Walla. If Larson can't seem to find this last out, then there might be an issue. Of course, we said that about Tanaka in the eighth inning for Yakima Valley. 1-1. O'Neill taking a generous strike in the right-hand batter's box, and the Pippins down to their final one of those. What crowd that remains here at Borleske Stadium is on their feet. Walla Walla with the season series already wrapped up, trying to take this 3rd series of the summer. 1-2 down the right field line, foul. So the game will stay alive for at least 1 more pitch. Walla Walla won the middle series, sweeping Yakima Valley right before the All-Star break. The Pippins won the first meeting 2-1 up at home on opening weekend. 1-2. The bottom drops out of the curveball, and Jay swings through it, and this ball game has come to its conclusion. The Pippins, no runs on 1 hit, no errors, 1 man left on in the 9th inning. We finish at 10:43 p.m. The game lasting a total of 4 hours and 8 minutes. Coach Crustangel having a quick conversation with Leo Rivera. Salsa shaking hands with everybody. Same with Panch, and the Pippins will gather up over on the first base foul territory. Yakima Valley falling in the series, falling in the season series. 16-8 the final score tonight. It was a huge 8th inning for Walla Walla. 13-run outburst. The Pippins had led it up until that point after giving up 3 early runs to the Walla Walla Sweets. Couple of bright spots. Levi Sotomayor was on base all 5 times. He had 2 hits and 2 RBI. He also had Jackson Upton with a 2-hit night. Tyson Miller was on base 5 times. And how about Gus Musial? When the Pippins needed him in the middle of the game, 2 scoreless innings, throwing 33 pitches, striking out 2, only giving up 1 hit. The Pippins will head back home tonight and get ready for the Corvallis Knights tomorrow, 6:35 p.m. first pitch. You can join us on the Pippins YouTube or on the WCL Live app. Until that time, my name's Harmon Johnsen, signing off for everybody involved with the Yakima Valley Pippins, saying stay safe, have a wonderful rest of the night, and we'll talk to you tomorrow up in Yakima for Game 1 of a 3-game set against Corvallis Knights. Final score in this one, Walla Walla 16, Yakima Valley 8. You've been listening to Pippins Baseball.